Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 30th, 2024 School Board of Manatee County Workshop. I want to officially call it to order, and we did not have any amendments, public comments. I do not see any public comments. So let's jump right into item number one, which is a shade meeting. So at 9 a.m. or as soon as thereafter is practical, 9:01, the school board will hold an exempt shade meeting regarding the district's safety and security. Pursuant to section 28.301 and 286.0113 and 286.011 of the Florida statutes, the shade meeting is closed to the public. Attending the exempt safety and security shade meeting will be school board members Richard Tatum, Cindy Spray, Gina Messenger, Chad Choate, Mary Foreman, Dr. Jason Wysong, Superintendent, Manatee County Schools, Stephen Dye, School Board Attorney, Kevin Pinley, District Counsel, Joseph Rinaldi, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Derek Jensen, Deputy Superintendent of Instruction, Rachel Sellers, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, Paul D'Amico, Chief of Safety and Security, Patrick Bartholomew, District Safety Director of Safety and Security, Thomas Sesser, Lead Guardian, Anthony Carr, Lead Guardian, Scott Hansen, Chief Technology Officer, and the real-time court reporter's stenographer. Following the exempt shade meeting, the school board will reconvene in public to close the shade meeting and convene the regular scheduled workshop. With that, all of us who are supposed to go to the shade meeting, we will go to the shade meeting and return back here once we're completed. Thanks.
And take your flag.
There's nothing exciting in there except for my presentation for September 10th.
So Good morning. Welcome back from the start of our shade. I want to go ahead and gavel out of the shade meeting, and this gavel will give us back into the regular workshop for today. And with that, before we get started, we have it's almost like 2 or 3 hours here until some freedom for one of our employees. And we want to, Nancy, come on up, and we want to say thank you for 36 years with the district. So we need you for how much longer than to actually get 36? I'm just kidding. You couldn't hang on till October?
I know.
Yeah. No, we want to thank you very much for your service to the district, and you've been a friendly face at the front for a long, long, long time, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to help kids. I started out at Moody, helping all the little kids there, and then I met my husband here. Yeah, he walked across the yard and somebody said, "Isn't he the cutest thing?" And I'm like, "No, he looks rather grumpy." No, here we are, 16 years together, 14 years married. So yeah, there's a lot of great people here, and I've met a lot of good people, and I'm glad I was part of it for so long. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Think about us when you're on a beach somewhere with pina coladas and we're in a workshop.
And she gets to sleep in now, too.
You can always watch us on the internet.
She's here very early
On
in the
TV.
mornings.
All right, so we're going to jump into item number 1, which is our 24-25 school improvement updates. I want to give it to Mr. Jensen first, then you can introduce your posse.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chair Choate and board members, Superintendent Weissong. I'm happy to be with you here this morning to kind of talk about the ongoing school improvement work we have here in the school district of Manatee County. So for the kind of contours of our presentation this morning, I'll do a brief kind of introduction and review of our district assessment data and where we are and where we're moving towards. And then I'll introduce Ms. Kathia Johnson, who is our Executive Director of School Improvement and Leadership Development. And she's really the primary interface with the state regarding school improvement efforts, and she supervises many of our school improvement schools. And she'll kind of walk you through the state school improvement process, all the different pieces that we're going through to support schools this year. And then from there, she'll introduce Dr. Stephanie Calloway, who is our Executive Director for elementary schools. And Dr. Calloway has brought 2 of her principals here with us, 2 of our very successful principals here with us, who will share some of the work they've done at their schools as big drivers of school improvement. Really, all 4 of the people behind me have extensive backgrounds in school improvement. They've all led schools in turnaround status to success, including Ms. Johnson, who did so at Palmview, as you all know. So on the first slide we're going to talk about is really just the components of our district grade. As you're aware, this was the end of year school grade data. These buckets make up our school district grade as well as the individual school grades. And you can see our overall district score there, but again, the thing I love to point out about this slide is in every one of those buckets, from 3rd grade reading to reading achievement to math achievement to science to acceleration, grad rate and college and career acceleration, we were up in all of those areas over the previous year. So we really are on a positive trajectory. All of our leaders in this district and all of our teachers are bought into supporting students and improving teaching and learning outcomes in our district, which is really what we're going to talk to you today about. So on the next slide is again just a school grade breakdown. The state uses all of those different buckets. Different buckets apply to different schools, but they calculate individual school grades. And so on this slide, you can see the distribution of A, B, C, and D schools we have here in the school district of Manatee County. And then on the following slide, you can see on the top chart is the number of schools by letter grade, our district-run schools only. And at the bottom, we have the number of schools by letter grade, charter schools only. And you can see on the prior slide and on this slide with our district-run schools, we have the highest number of A schools we've had in a very, very long time, going all the way back to 2012 and beyond, which is really, really exciting. And that's really the first school grade celebration I have on the next slide, which is we do have the largest number of A schools since 2012. We have 2 Title I elementary schools, again, represented by their principals here, that reached an A grade, Able Elementary and Tillman Elementary, and our principals will share the hard work and just ongoing school improvement efforts that allowed their schools to be so incredibly successful. Parish Community High School earned an A grade. Ballard Elementary improved from a D to a B. And Manatee and Oneiko exited their school turnaround status. And so Manatee and Oneiko really went through a lot of the processes that Ms. Johnson will outline today. They went through all of those processes this prior year with all of the kind of intensive state support around their turnaround efforts. And so you can see that through those processes, through the support of Dr. Calloway and Ms. Johnson, those schools were able to improve their school grades and exit those turnaround statuses. And then on the next slide, you'll see that we had 4 schools, School District of Manatee County, receive a D grade for 23 and 24, and that's really what the topic of this presentation is about. It's about what is the timeline for this year and what are all the processes in place to ensure we intervene with these schools and support these great school leaders and continued improvement on their campuses so we see the same outcomes that we saw at Manatee and Oneiko this year for these schools. So we have Samoset, we have Lincoln Middle, we have Bayshore High, and one charter school, the Manatee School for Arts and Sciences. Really, the charter school board is responsible for their own school improvement efforts, and so that school will be working on, and that board will be working on their kind of plan and procedures and processes to support their learning. So the focus of our presentation today will be around all the supports we're putting in place and have already put in place around Samoset, Lincoln, and Bayshore. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Johnson, who will.
Can I ask a question before you move on?
Absolutely.
And can you remind me, because that was the other presentation you gave us, I think, the last presentation you gave us, about percentages for being a C. What percentage would you have needed in order for these D schools to be a C?
It's different from elementary and secondary.
Right, I remember that.
So elementary is a 41.
Yeah.
And
Would have been a D. I mean, would have been a C.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 41 would have been a C, so Samoset was 1 point away from the C.
Okay.
And then middle school and high school moved to a 44.
So 44 would have been a C.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Yes, sir.
What does the term on slide number 2, middle school acceleration, mean?
Middle school acceleration is basically the number of students in middle school who attain like a high school course credit, successful passage of an end of course exam. The most common one of those would be students who accelerate in math and take Algebra 1 at some point in their middle school career. They can also accelerate through things like industry certifications. For example, in middle school, your denominator is the number of proficient students on your campus, and then your numerator for that calculation is how many of your proficient students have pursued an accelerated and been successful in an accelerated opportunity. So like passed the Algebra 1 EOC, for instance.
So it's not just they're running faster in gym class, right?
Definitely not running faster.
Accelerating, running faster. Good, thank you.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Johnson, and she'll talk about school improvement in Manatee County.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Good morning, Chair Choate, school board members, Dr. Waisong. I want to thank you for the opportunity this morning to share some school improvement updates. This first slide and these next few slides is going to focus on the Bureau of School Improvement and what that oversight looks like. You can see that there are 4 ways that schools can be identified as comprehensive support and improvement. The schools that Mr. Jensen was just speaking to and that we'll focus our presentation this morning on today qualified under number 3, which is having the school grade of D or F. So we'll talk a little bit about what that support looks like in this presentation. When you look at the next slide, our schools that qualify for comprehensive support and improvement, they are in their first year with the BSI receiving support. And so this slide just kind of highlights and captures some of the requirements that our CSI schools have this year. They are required to create a school improvement plan that is then posted in the Florida Continuous Improvement Management System. We call that SIMS. And that has been upgraded, which is why you see that V2 version 2. They will also be a part of instructional reviews with the Florida Department of Education Bureau of School Improvement Team. We call them the BSI team. And then they also have some requirements, in addition to the district has requirements in the forms of checklists and quarterly data reviews that we'll be conducting and submitting to the state as a way of monitoring our progress throughout the school year as well. The next slide just captures some more about what we've done so far with our CSI schools with the BSI team and moving forward what's to expect. We've already had our initial welcome visit meetings, which were conducted in the beginning of August. And really that gave the schools an opportunity to meet the BSI team, to share a little bit about their schools with the BSI team, and then go through an overview of what to expect as far as that support and what's coming this school year. In addition to that, our CSI schools and all of our schools in Manatee County, by the way, submit a school improvement plan, but our CSI schools receive the Unified School Improvement Grant. We call that UNISIG, and those school improvement plans and that grant budget must be submitted to the state for review. We have instructional review visits coming up, and I'll speak to those a little bit more in detail here in just a minute. But those are coming up in these next 3 weeks, which is where that BSI team comes to the school with the district support as well, and we walk classrooms. There's a process that we go through for that. And so as Mr. Jensen mentioned, my first year at Palmview as a principal, I had the opportunity to work with the state in a turnaround situation. And so I'm very familiar with the instructional review process and how the year looks as far as the support from the district and the state. And so that's a big part of my role as being able to support the schools through this process, in addition to being that liaison between the state and our district and our schools. Just to break down those instructional review process, just for your information a little bit, and what's to expect in these next few weeks at our 3 schools. There'll be a review of school data and walkthrough trends. The teams will be walking through classrooms and having conversations after that regarding trends across classrooms that are focused on the instructional priorities and the look-fors. And then these sessions will wrap up with a debrief and action planning. And so the state and the district team will work with the principals and their leadership teams on next steps and action plans, monitoring pieces, and then of course, how can the state and how can the district support our schools in fulfilling these action plans. There will be return visits in December and January where they will be looking for evidence of implementation of these action steps. And then, of course, a mid-year review of what we said that we were hoping to accomplish with those instructional practices and priorities. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see a reference to UNISIG, and I'm going to speak a little bit more about that in the following slides as well. But again, just to reiterate, those grant funds are utilized to serve the highest areas of focus that have been identified at these schools. This next slide is just going into the school improvement plan that our schools in our district submit. Our CSI schools have to submit those to the state for approval. So the Florida rule just explains that a school district with any school improvement school must document its improvement planning and implementation at the district level and ensure that the school improvement school is also documenting and improvement planning and implementation at the school level. And those are submitted yearly in that continuous improvement management system. Our CSI schools, as I mentioned, they have to submit their plans and budgets to the state for review. The rest of our Manatee County schools submit to the district for review. They receive feedback. They'll update and make any revisions that are necessary, and then they will resubmit and have those district approved. In the October school board meeting, school board members, you will be approving our school improvement plans, and then those will be public record. November 1st is the date that those go public record.
Real quick, if I
Yes, sir.
So it says on this slide that on the previous slide that these school improvement plans have to be approved by the district, the state, and the school board. Does that, so the state, that like the state DOE approves them or something, or?
The state, the Bureau of School Improvement team, the BSI team that is supporting our CSI schools, they will be providing feedback and approval of our CSI schools improvement plans, yes.
Okay, and then the school board, that's us, that's not the state school board, right?
No, that's you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So does the state actually interact with you and look at these, or do you feel like it's just kind of a rubber stamp, or do they actually get involved? And
So that's a really good question. The school improvement plan is a living document, and it is something that's meant to be referenced continuously throughout the school year. And working with the BSI team and the state, they will have your school improvement plan, and because it is also tied to that UNICEF funding. And so that will be reviewed consistently throughout the school year, because those areas of focus and those action steps are intentional, and we'll be monitoring the impact of those.
so do you feel like having to have that interaction with the state is helpful, or do you feel like it's more of a bureaucratic obstacle that you have to interact with them and report to them, but it takes time away from what you could be doing here locally in the school system? I'm just curious.
No, I think it's very helpful to continue to go back and reference, and the state will provide support for that as well.
Okay, good. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. The next slide just gives you a little bit more information about the school improvement plans. The plans contain, there are many components in a school improvement plan, but this slide highlights and captures some of the big components. That schools go through a needs assessment, they go deep into their data, they look at early warning systems. All of this helps them to identify, areas of strength, but also areas that maybe we need to provide additional supports or continue to strengthen and work on. And that leads into really planning for improvement. And so this is where the schools identify those areas of focus. They set action steps, set goals, and this is all, of course, based on data and focused on strengthening instructional practice. There is a component that focuses on positive culture and environment as well. And as I mentioned, our CSI schools, the comprehensive support and improvement schools, their plans were due sooner than the other schools in our district because the state is reviewing them. So. This next slide just speaks to the Unified School Improvement Grant. This is the funding, the grant that is utilized to serve students attending Title I schools identified for targeted or comprehensive support and improvement. So these are our CSI schools. This grant provides additional funding to support school improvement activities. And as I mentioned in the first slides with the school improvement plans, there's a direct alignment to those action steps and those areas of focus and how these funds are used to support those areas. You will see there is a school board approval of the grant on the September 10th agenda coming up. And so we'll be able to look a little bit more deeply about what that grant entails, and you'll be able to see that. But our school district total allocation for the 24-25 year is $2,041,737.50. And that does include our charter schools that receive the UNICEF grant funding. And again, just to reiterate the alignment with the school improvement plan, those funds are used to allocate additional positions as needed, curriculum resources, professional learning for schools, as well as to compensate, teachers and staff for attending professional learning, for attending collaborative planning outside of the day, and of course, extended learning hours and opportunities for students as well.
I have a question on this. I'm sorry, I didn't see you raise your hand. Go ahead.
How is it allocated, the $2 million? Is it our decision, and is it per student, or does elementary get more than high school, and so on?
Sure. Did you want to go in detail? Okay.
So when the state provides us with the breakdown of the UNICEF funding. They actually kind of break down, and you'll see this on the board item for the grant. It'll break down the allocation by school. And so I don't believe it's a straight FTE calculation that they do. I think they factor in a number of factors, but we kind of get an allocated amount by school. And so you'll see, for example, and I'd have to follow up with you to get you the exact allocation amounts by school, but for example, I think Bayshore High had by far the highest allocation of our schools because it's a large comprehensive high school, and that was about a little over $1 million. And then, for example, our elementary school was somewhere around, I want to say, $400,000.
And we can use that $1 million at Bayshore High School however we like.
Well, like Ms. Johnson said, it has to be aligned to our school improvement efforts at that school. And so it has to tie into our SIP and really directly improving the learning outcomes and accountability outcomes of that school. And so this is a very collaborative process where the principal and leadership team of the school work with Dr. Breslin and Latrina Singleton on our federal programs and grant side of the house. They work with our supervising executive directors, so Ms. Johnson, and then all of the school executive directors that are also involved in the work. They all kind of calibrate on, you know, what activities might best serve the student in school and lead to the greatest impact on student learning. We kind of build a proposal, and that's what we bring to the board for approval.
Okay, thank you.
If I can add to Mr. Jensen's answer to that question, there are some restrictions within the grant, and of course it's always subject to Department of Education approval. In the course of working through this, schools did identify, and the district team identified some needs that could not be addressed through the UNICEF grant, and so we'll use the general fund or other funding sources to do those. So it's not a do whatever you think. It's it is within a it is within a limited set of options. And an example would be we might want to try certain recruitment and retention strategies that the state would have other kind of strings attached to, and so we wouldn't necessarily be able to design it the way that we think would be best. And so to the extent that we may want to do that, we just have to use other fund sources.
Thank you.
My question was to Superintendent, we approved some allocations once the grades came out in July. So this would be, that was because of the D schools. So you could shift some resources to those schools. So this is this grant plus what we voted on back then as well, correct? Which I think was $600,000.
Correct. What the board authorized, and we are going to talk about this in a little bit, but what the board authorized was that to authorize me to use some of the flexibility in statute related to D schools. We're going to show you exactly what we're doing, and the strategies that can be funded with the UNICEF grant, we'll use that money, and the strategies that cannot be funded with the grant, we'll use the general fund. But that flexibility has been very helpful, and the team's going to share that with you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
That actually segues right into the next slide. So perfectly, well done. So this is the Florida statute that you may recall from that July board meeting, and that Dr. Weissong was just speaking to, Florida statute 1001.42. And this was to free schools with a school grade of D or F from contract restrictions that limit the school's ability to implement programs and strategies needed to improve student performance. And this is where the district school board may adopt salary incentives or other strategies that address the selection, placement, compensation, and expectations of instructional personnel. And so this is where the school board, thank you again for granting authorization to the superintendent to utilize this flexibility. And in the following slides, we'll talk a little bit more about that. So this slide shares that flexibility being used to support the implementation of the programs and strategies to improve student performance. We know that collaborative planning, professional learning are linked to student achievement. And so this affords the schools opportunities to provide that collaborative planning supported by coaches, specialists, administrators. We know that bringing teachers together to plan for benchmark aligned instruction, to be able to collaborate and share insights together, and ultimately work together to consistently help students of all abilities, all classrooms, all content areas. In addition to that time for collaborative planning and professional learning, using what Dr. Weissong was speaking to, our UNISIG funds, our general and other allocations, to provide incentives for recruitment, retention, and attendance incentives, because we know that we need our teachers in front of students, and so they're, having them consistently in front of students is a correlation to student achievement as well. And then on the next slide, it just digs a little bit deeper on that ongoing planning and support. I have the opportunity and pleasure of working with other schools in addition to our CSI schools. And so this slide just speaks to our continued focus, and will continue to be a focus throughout the school year, diving into data with our schools, with our leaders, using that data to make instructional decisions that ultimately will positively impact student achievement. There's a focus on maximizing and strengthening systems, and then how we plan for and utilize the resources on our campuses, how we effectively utilize scheduling, from master scheduling to classroom support scheduling, how we focus our instructional priorities, and then you'll probably hear me say over and over, monitoring, right? So those monitoring pieces of those systems and what's having an impact, and when something isn't, what adjustments are we making? There's a focus on, and my support on building leader capacity at the school level, and I get to do that through weekly visits to support. And just a little bit of information for you, since in the last 5 weeks, just to give you a little snapshot of how I've been able to visit. At Samoset, in the last 5 weeks, I've been able to be on their campus for 8 days. At Lincoln, I've been on their campus for 12 days. And recently, in working alongside Principal Supervisor Miss Sharon Scarborough, who supervises Bayshore High School, I've been able to join her to support Bayshore as a CSI school, and I've been on their campus at least 4 times in these last set of weeks. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to get on campuses frequently, weekly, sometimes multiple times a week, and to really be able to support principals and their leadership teams and their teachers on doing the work. And I can tell you, it's been evident in the last few weeks, the hard work that our principals and their leadership teams, our teachers, their staff, our students at our CSI schools, the work is being done, and it's evident in our visits these last few weeks, which has been great. And this actually allows me, if it's okay, to segue over and hand the floor over to our principal supervisor, Dr. Calloway, who's going to speak to the transformational leaders and these amazing people beside us.
Good morning, Chair Choate and board members. Good morning, Dr. Weissong. It is truly a pleasure to be here with you this morning to celebrate 2 of our transformational leaders and give them an opportunity to share how they accomplished what they accomplished. And just quickly to say that across our district, we have leaders who are doing the work that Mrs. Johnson just described in detail, and really understanding, teaching and learning the complexities of that, and building capacity, and then using data to make instructional decisions over time. And so the 2 amazing leaders we have here who reflect, again, the work happening all throughout the district, Principal Marla Massey Blackmore at James Tillman, and Principal Samantha Webb at Florin J. Abel Elementary Schools. Both of these leaders are instructional experts They are deeply involved in leading the instruction in classrooms every day for every child, and they do so at the same time that they are empowering others, inspiring their faculty, staff, families, and students, and motivating them to keep reaching for the next higher bar. They hold very high and very consistent expectations for everyone involved in the work at this school, including our families and community business partners who also contribute to the very important work that's happening on our campuses. They are very intentional. They plan strategically using evidence-based practices, and they plan, do, check, act. So it isn't a one-time event. It is ongoing, as Mrs. Johnson described, that the school improvement process is ongoing and monitoring the action plan and strategies that they have implemented and designed and implemented. And then, of course, the coaching that goes along with building capacity at every level in their school community. They are highly regarded in their collegial group for being leader mentors and often sought out for counsel and problem solving and collaborating. So I think that to hear from them today, it's a pleasure for me to support them and other principals in any way possible to be able to reduce any barriers that might be in the way of the work that they lead. And so without further ado, we'll start with Principal Marla Massey Blackmore at James Tillman.
Thank you, the board, for the opportunity. Dr. Weinsaung, thank you very much. I have had a career here in Manatee County, and with that said, as a teacher and as an instructional specialist, and also now have an opportunity as a transitional leader to help several schools with improving, I was able to become educated throughout many sources and many highly effective people around me, and I've implemented over the years 3 established strategies to meet those school improvement goals. And one of them that I have always ongoing is the purposeful standard-based instruction. All students are given grade level instruction, and this is done through a facilitated collaborative planning. And within that, then we talk together and facilitate through what that looks like as the standard. What is the outcome and what is the why? When I mean purposeful, what is the why for the students as well as for the teachers? What does that outcome look like? Why is that important for our students so that they can convey that to all the students that they have encountered with them? Also then is the instructional leadership. Within that is I've learned about the instructional delivery framework. It is to be purposeful. And so with that said is, again, it is a facilitated collaborative planning piece where when I mean by facilitated, there's an instructional leadership, specialist leadership within that. So every person within my team, there'd be one person that meets with those grade levels. And when they do that within instructional, it's like a gradual release of responsibility model that in the end encompasses the accountability for students. And it really takes that time to think about what is the teachers think aloud. It's truly explicit teaching and then releasing it to the students. So it takes time and collaboratively think about together what that looks like and sounds like, because it's very important when you're implementing that to the students. And lastly, you're always looking at student data, but it's that key word of being responsive. You can have that data and the numbers, but what are we gonna do with that? And I've learned over the years as well, as someone had taught years ago, is that you will know what a student's thinking through their writing. And that is why we always say that writing is essential in all subject areas. Because when you look at student work, yes, we have to look at numbers. We have to look at strategically grouping, strategically what is our resources, what are we using for professional learning. But in the end is really looking at student work. And I've been taught that when you look at that with a group, you come up with a consensus of what that outcome was, And then you build, because if it's a grade level, what are the students' needs? And then together you can talk about what that scaffolding looks like so that all children meet that outcome. So with all that said is, people ask me about what word that you would use when you're thinking about the culture of the schools. And it was Dr. Weinsong, his very first meeting with us last year, when he said it's a calm urgency. And it is, because it's an environment of being supportive to all stakeholders. And I think you've even mentioned like custodial. I mean, it goes to every piece of of all of us together, but that you also have a sense that there's a goal. And you have the children for only so many minutes and so many days, and we may make sure that we give the very best to them. So with that all said, is that in the end, it's that cultural calm urgency that really has taught me, and other leaders have taught me, and that what that looks like for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, awesome.
Question real quick.
Yeah, we got a couple questions, perhaps. Ms. Blackmore, yeah, go ahead.
Well, congratulations. Good work, you know. I'm trying to find the words to compliment you, but you know, to be able to pull this off in this type of school is really a tribute to you, but also to your staff too, right? You're just
Thank you. Thank you.
You're leading a group of people that is doing the work, right? You're just kind of herding the cat, so to speak. But obviously, you have some leadership skills and some creative ideas that are making this happen. Real quick, I wanted to ask you about writing, because just an experience I had in my past professionally. Actually, I taught at the Air Force Academy for a little while. I taught English Composition 101 to freshmen, right? And so, in theory, these are some of the best and brightest, you know, coming to the United States Air Force Academy. And after I got done doing that for a couple of years, I thought these students are 80 to 90% of them are atrocious writers. I mean, that really is the word that comes to my mind. And I thought, why is that? And I talked to Dr. Breslin when I got here, and she said for a while there was I don't know what a while is, a decade maybe or so, where we got away from grammar. I mean, some of my earliest memories in like elementary school are diagramming sentences on boards and stuff like that, right? And that we're trying to that's maybe being reincorporated back into the education in K through 12. I'm just curious, is that happening? Are we getting back to, you know, some grammar and maybe even diagramming sentences? And because I was just so amazed that these best and brightest of the kids, you know, coming to the Air Force Academy were just really bad writers. But anyway,
no, and yes, it is. It is coming back. It was always there, but I don't know if it was intentional and explicit as we had it years ago. And with that said, is when we were, it's come back through even with the science of learning, of reading. With the science of reading, one of the pieces is the language piece, and like you stated, one of it is the meaning and the structure of sentences and the structure of text. So with that said, that explicit teaching is coming back. So therefore, you will see it more, and now I feel like the children are going to get more practice than we will too, because I don't believe I had the emphasis of really showing what I thought through writing in every subject when I was younger. And so when we embed that in all the other subjects, that is just strengthening those basic, which are very important rules, like you said, when we're speaking and writing to others. So no, it is definitely being taught, and it's being practiced, and what it's not just in an isolated, it's writing time. It's being practiced throughout all subjects.
Right, because you're going to need that when you start writing
agree.
essays at a higher level, and you know, even professionally now, you see people out in the professional world, and you get an email from somebody, and you just think, oh geez, you know, like, did you learn your tenses? Did you?
Yeah.
You know, do you know what a run-on sentence is and that kind of stuff? So these are soft skills that, you know, we have a lot of emphasis, it seems, on science and math, which is good because AI is coming and that's the future. But this ability to.
But don't worry, because with that said, is you really won't see the child's understanding of math or science or all those other subjects without them writing. So when they have to explain behind that, they will, and you will be seeing then their writing, and then you'll know if they know that. And that's what I've been taught, and it really is. Even with kindergartners, whatever they're drawing on that paper, you'll know, just like you said, and you'll see that specific need. So I agree. I agree that that it needs to be, it is, and again, I really feel with the emphasis that we have here at Manatee County, that writing is essential in all areas.
Good. Well, thank you for indulging me.
It will improve.
A little bit of pedagogical conversation.
I'm with you.
Thank you.
I
That's all
agree.
I had, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, comment, I guess. One, I was from a principal that I was under talked about, writing in every subject, right? And for a math teacher it was like, we were like, how do you really do that? We figured it out. But my comment to you and my question was the collaborative planning that you talked about amongst teachers, I'm assuming, right? Like
Yes.
collaborative planning amongst teachers.
Mhm.
And you obviously did that at the school and it worked. So I guess was that something you've done before with your staff? Was it new? Have we always done that?
I was-
The implementation of the collaborative planning, and we've been talking about. I mean, I'm not going to bring it out in the open, but just collaborative planning is something that we the staff to the board is saying this is something we would like to see more of. So how was it accomplished? How did you accomplish that? Was it, hey, this is what we're doing, and they bought in?
Well, I think I've been in Manatee County for now it'll be 31 years. And as a teacher, I was raised where there was an environment of collaborating, actually meeting with teacher together as a team, discussing what those things are. So I kind of had my own experience. And then I had the opportunity as an instructional No Child Left Behind years ago. It was almost to be facilitated and what that looked like and how the voices were going to be and how did you approach standards. So that, again, that built on. And then I've had some opportunities with several schools for the school improvement. And when you spoke about when the BSI comes and they come to help, that was one of the experiences I had. They did come to Blackburn with me and they did show, and I began to take in how the teachers were not just, they were so valuing it because of the fact that they were respected as professionals. What I did learn, though, over the years is that word facilitated. And my peers, we all do it differently, but to be effectively, it could be, in Ms. Webb will speak about her profession, her communities, but the instructional leadership person, there needs to be one person on that team of every grade level. As this is discussed with the teachers, they're there, I wouldn't say it as experts, but they're there to support them or find their needs or whatever research they need, the why, because some teachers, they come up with really great questions. Why am I doing this? What does this look like? And that person is there, and that person might be me. I might be on that fourth grade team, that kindergarten team that day, and we're there to do that. And then also, what are the obstacles? Because I want to get rid of any obstacles in that way. So next week, this is what we're looking at. The teacher think aloud. It is hard. People think that it's an easy thing. You just get up there, but you really have to think about the process of what you're doing to break down that learning. So in coming back to what you said, I think it's my experiences. I think it's the opportunities that I've been given here, and also the people. There is a little sense of a non-negotiable too. But once teachers feel that and feel that pride, and it's just they want to do it more and more. They want to be a part of it, and they see that success and they see that support that we don't only give for them but for their students. So
Thank you.
thank you.
I was just gonna say, so with my experience at your school, you have a lot of expectation conversations, I would say, with teachers and what they're expected to do in their classrooms, and they deliver time and time and time again. If we could copycat all of those things into these schools that needs help, I think that's where you're gonna gain in our grade levels. But again, I can't commend you enough to what you do there. There's such a variety of challenges at that school and others that we are looking at now, because we do have to get some attention to some of these issues. So I just want to say
And I
that.
appreciate that you understood that it's beyond me.
Yeah.
I mean, this is truly the staff And it's truly that set of leaders that we do ask of them, you know, those instructional leadership team members, the community members, they all take a role in that, but thank you.
Thank you.
You're up, Sam.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm very excited to be here, and I feel very honored to be invited today. So thank you to school board members, for Dr. Weissong, for my amazing director, Dr. Calloway, who's very supportive. I just would like to begin with a very quick shout out to the ABLE team, our wonderful, beautiful school, our team, our partnerships, and my colleagues that have been tremendous thought partners in every action that I make or move that we make as an administrative team. The biggest shout out to our kids. They are the true champions. They're the ones that took the test. They're the ones that gave us the school grades. They're the ones learning every day. So in all of this, the kids are the biggest champions of all. So how did we get this A grade? And again, we don't strive to be an A school. What we strive for is student success. That is the big goal, right? The A is the byproduct of reaching this high excellence. But how did we get there? And in our deep reflection, it's three things. Like we really say, three big things. 1, collective efficacy. 2, intentional instruction. 3, culture of teamwork, hard work, and fun. So the most important thing is our collective efficacy. This is huge, and it's that unified vision that our students can and will learn at high levels. We are the team to do that. That is a non-negotiable. We believe it, and we breathe life into our staff and students every single day. Team, we're an A school. We have the best kids, we have the best staff, we have the best students. We are going to get this done every single day. Without that collective efficacy, we would not be able to have such great results. We wouldn't have this soaring success. So big kudos to our team, because we really truly believe, along with all the schools here, that our kids can learn at high levels despite any challenges that they may have. So with that collective efficacy leads us right down to intentional instruction. And we're very intentional. It is hard work, especially any school is hard work. Title I, it's very hard work, right? We're running into walls every single day, and we're saying, how can we crash these walls down so that our students can flourish and succeed? And so with that intentional strategies, we have really defined what it is at ABLE that we do that's going to yield high results. And so our intentional strategies are very focused and rooted in research. We are huge on John Hattie's effect-size instructional practices and his world-renowned work that he does in defining what instructional practices is ABLE going to implement based on the needs of our students and based on the needs of our teachers, because not every school is alike, right? So we focus on the strengths and where we need to go from there. Some of our intentional strategies that we've focused on over the last 3 years, right? It's phase 1, it's phase 2, it's phase 3, where we're strengthening and really refining, is teaching with clarity. It's success criteria, has a huge effect size. We're really looking at our formative assessments, daily formative assessments through writing, a lot of summary writing, a lot of personal reactions, because those are the effect size practices that really have the biggest impact on student learning. We are huge on making sure that our students are really going to see spiral review of standards every single day. So one of the researchers that we follow, Eric Jensen, who's really big on brain research, and especially with students who have poverty or in dealing with trauma as well, is that continuous need for spiral of standards, so that if they are mastered, they're continuing to be mastered. And for students that haven't mastered standards, now they have the continuous opportunity to master the standards. And then the other big thing is our professional learning communities. We are fortunate that we meet with our teachers on a weekly basis, and we do a deep dive every single week with admin there. What are the best practices for our students, and what does instruction look like? That even includes monthly data analysis. But the data part, looking and analyzing, is the quick snapshot. The most important part is, what do we do with our data? What's our action plan look like? And so we're really fortunate. We have a great team that we meet every week, and we refine every practice that we've already kind of said this is our focus area. We go into classrooms, we work really hard. And then I think the last part is the culture of our teamwork, hard work, and fun. It is a team effort, and Marla really kind of tested on that as well. This is a team thing. This is our custodians who make our school. If you walk into ABLE, that is the most beautiful school you will ever see. children and teachers feel so honored to come on campus and say, you know what, I have the whole school around me saying, yes, our kids will be successful. Look at the environment that we have provided for our families, our kids. It's our paraprofessionals, it's our office staff, it's our support staff that fill in for our teachers to go to professional learning communities. Someone's going to be in there with the kids during that time helping them out. This is a huge team effort. It is hard work, but then we couple it with having a lot of fun. We're spending long hours together. I mean, this is days and nights and weekends and phone calls at night. And so we really try to enjoy each other's company, have fun with the kids, celebrate the kids and the staff continuously. Every month we celebrate. And so I don't think that there's a recipe, like an exact recipe for success, but for us, I think those big 3 areas have really propelled and accelerated our student learning. And I hope that was good.
I'll say thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I'll say that from both of your approaches, I think that like when I hear like the gathering data and the collaboration and making it fun and all those types of things, like that's relationships, right? Like that's relationships. Relationship with your colleague as a teacher, relationship with the student. Because data is data. Hey, you went from a 1 to a 2, whatever. But, you know, there's reasons why Chad is in a bad mood this morning. Maybe something happened right at home and whatever the reason is. And I think that all these things that you all are talking about on 2 different campuses comes down to relationships. And you've got, obviously, starts from the top, but great staff that have great relationship with their kids. If I had to guess, you could probably go into any classroom, and maybe not week 3, right? But towards the end, and each teacher is going to know each kid in their classroom, not just their name and whatever, but know them. And I think that's a huge difference. So, awesome.
I just want to say that you both use this one term, non-negotiables. So that's replicated in 2 schools. I'm sure it's in all of the schools. And when Dr. Wysong was talking at 2 events this week, I believe it was, you know, K through 2 or 3 kids are coming into learning to read, and then after that they're reading to learn. So it all kind of ties together, and I think it's beautiful what you're doing, and we just need to replicate it all over. Because it is right. It's about building relationships on an individual basis. I know what that feels like not to have. So having that is such a benefit. So good analogy, Chair Cho, of you're building those relationships with your students.
And if I could just in closing talk about the unique leadership styles across the district and the unique and very diverse needs across all of our schools. We definitely want to be able to replicate practices that unilaterally that get the results, and just to speak to that, because there isn't the one size fits all model for leaders or for schools, the adults or the children. Dr. Cordelia shared with me this morning an analogy that I thought really captures having the standard, right, and also being able to uniquely customize to address the needs across the district. And she shared that it's a little bit like having new construction in a home in a neighborhood. When the walls are going up and the frames are going up, it's the same framework for all of the homes, but then you have leaders or the homeowners who come in and they design the interior to meet the needs. And so it's a good analogy to really lean on the autonomy of the principals who know how to customize the interior, but the framework for the construction is very effective standards-based instruction at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, and having the cycle of Plan, Do, Check, Act throughout the year, which ties back into Mrs. Johnson's work with BSI, partnering with them, because they are about the systems for monitoring and coaching, building capacity when we need to, and that varies from school to school to school. So again, just a pleasure to support schools and an honor to be here with them today to be able to share a little bit more about that work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Weissong, do you want to add something?
Thank you, Chairman and board members. I know we started our morning in the shade talking about safety and security, which always has to be our top priority, but this is our bread and butter work, and we wanted to share with you the work that needs to be done at our schools that have room to grow, but also to show you examples of leaders that have been working at this many years and really saw everything pay off this past year. And as you have seen me talk about over the last 2 weeks with different community groups, it's quality teachers and then it's quality principals. And when you have those two ingredients, it tends to work out. Board, I also want to thank you because if you think back 10 or 11 months ago, I had finished up my 100-day plan, reported to you, and said, in my internal conversations, we have a need for a position to focus on leadership development, and a need for that same position to focus on a smaller group of schools, and that's really where Mrs. Johnson's position came from, and that wasn't because we added an administrator. We moved some things around. So Mr. Jensen came in and filled the deputy role, and then Dr. Breslin, who's sitting in the back, moved over to take on the executive lead on all of our student services departments. That's very key to all of this work. And then we took her vacant K through 12 curriculum instruction job and created that leadership and school improvement position that Mrs. Johnson started just in February. So her ability to really focus on those handful of schools to provide that extra layer of support has been important. That also, in turn, lightened the load a little bit for Dr. Callaway, Dr. Cadelia, and then Mrs. Scarborough, so that they can focus on their schools as well. And so, of course, Ballard went from a D to a B with support from Dr. Cadelia, and so it's a whole team effort that's really happening here. But as you've heard me say before, the principalship has become the hardest job in public education, and the way we support principals today has to be different than how we supported principals even 10 years ago. And so the team is out working hard, board, and we just appreciate your investment in this team and giving us the support and the flexibility to do what we need to do to help students learn more. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I do have a couple questions.
Sure, yeah.
Just informational. This is an opportunity to educate myself a little bit from experts who have achieved in their field. So what a great opportunity. So Principal Webb, I had a couple questions on the things that you mentioned. The term collective efficacy, how did you come up with that, and what exactly does that mean to you?
Well, that is from a lot of research. So collective efficacy is a term that's used in education, and it is one of John Hattie's effect sizes, and you can find that effect size. I think it's either 1.34, but I was doing some research last night to make sure I had it written down, and I also saw 1.56. But 0.4, like an effect size, if you look at 0.40, that equates to 1 year's worth of positive growth in student learning. So collective efficacy, we're already at, if we're at 1.34 to 1.56, that's a couple of years right there. So that's great. But a lot of the work that I have learned about collective efficacy also came from a guru of principalship. His name is Baruti Kafele, and that's someone that I follow, and that's someone that's known across the country. But really just holding on to that belief that if we set high expectations for our students and that we also set that expectation for our staff that we can do this together, there is profound results. And I think that just continuing to communicate that every single day. Again, we are on the announcements every day. My message at the end of every announcement is we are the best school, we are the best staff, and we have the best kids, and then of course ending with we love you all. But that is really important, and it builds hope, and it builds inspiration, it builds momentum, and now we have this A school grade, so our momentum is, we're going, yes.
Can you give me a couple examples of you mentioned brain research for students in certain difficult situations. What are some of the things that you've learned from that?
Absolutely. So big on reading, because I have once heard this quote that the more you read, the more you realize you don't know, right? And so then that continues for you to learn more. So Eric Jensen, actually when I was a teacher at Ballard Elementary, so I'm very proud of the work that Mr. Keyser's done at Ballard, transforming them to a D to a B, there was a principal at that time who had us read about Eric Jensen, who's a researcher on about brain trauma and students with poverty. And he has a lot of books. And in his studies, what he concludes is that kids who have come from poverty or trauma are now living with short-term memory, right? Their long-term memory isn't as strong as someone who may not face those challenges or those barriers. So always having a spiral for students to continue to strengthen short-term memory, right? So if I learned it at one point, quarter one, I need to be able to see that and time again. That's one of the things that he cites. So that has been instrumental in the work that we do at our school, is the continuation of spiral review. Our math scores were through the roofs this year. And again, the kids and the teachers, they're the true champions of this. But one of the things that we implemented this year was a very strategic math spiral review on, of course, everything aligns to standards using the resources that we have that are adopted for our curriculum team. But again, strategic spiral review and really following the research to say what is best for our kids, what does research say, how do we implement that, and what does this look like at ABLE for our kids and for our staff.
Have you ever come across any research that talked about kids that are in difficult situations coming to school with trauma, that the environment, kind of what Mr. Choate talked about, like lowers the cortisol levels in their bodies and so they're not in that fight or flight mode all the time, and that you surround them with a little bit of love and you build some oxytocin, right? And you build a sense of trust, so when they walk into a certain environment, that the cortisol flows out, the oxytocin flows in, and that they're ever come across any kind of research in that area?
Absolutely. So Ruby Payne is also a notorious author, and her, I believe it's, The Hidden Rules of Poverty. I don't want to quote that exactly, but a lot of Ruby Payne's work that's been used in education, along with Eric Jensen. But then you have things like our positive behavior systems, right, or responsive classrooms, which are nationally known ways to intervene for students for behaviors. Motivation is a key part of student learning, especially when you're already coming onto school with challenges and behaviors. So, but again, recruiting and retaining awesome teachers and staff members is a huge part of this, because it has to be the most important part. That needs to come from the heart. So if they believe it, we can achieve it.
In the leadership work that I've done, a lot of times we said people don't leave their jobs, they leave their bosses, right? So if you're retaining a lot of people, you must be a decent boss, a pretty good boss, so good for you.
Thank you.
What does your term spiral of standards mean? You use that a couple times. What does that exactly mean?
So we're looking at the standards either for reading or for math. Specifically, this year our focus was in math standards spiral review. So what we do is, let's say, starting in August, we've already begun. The standards that we're teaching thus far, we're going to now go ahead and use some of our instructional time to say, okay, let's review these standards that align to the rigor of the question stems that they're going to see on their state assessments as well, right? So it's not remediation, it is to the rigor, and our rigor, we're actually reaching, level 4s and 5s. What does that depth of rigor look like? And so we do an isolated standards review. Each month, they take a cumulative assessment at ABLE. We do a math cumulative assessment, 2nd through 5th grade. And the cumulative assessment assesses standards that have been taught thus far, right, since the beginning of the year. Then we do we analyze the data. What standards have not been mastered yet? The standards that have not been mastered yet go on an isolated standards review, and that's what we do during our action planning. So during our action plan, I say, okay, Monday is going to be, an NSO standard that focus maybe on some type of place value. Maybe it's rounding. And again, so every Monday or every Monday, Wednesday for the next couple of weeks until the next cumulative assessment, they're going to see the same 5 to 7 questions or I'm sorry, like a stem of a question or a standard that is on that specific standard. So they're engaging every week in standards that have not been mastered yet. So that's kind of where that spiral review comes.
Okay, and this may be for all of you. What is your perception, or and when I say why, I'm not being critical, but you said your math scores went through the roof, and it looks like they did, but why are they so much higher than English language proficiency scores? I'm just curious. What if you had to, you know, why? Because if we can get them up there in math, does it have to do with a lot of ESOL students? Or I'm just curious what are your thoughts on.
Well, one of the things that I went ahead and did this year and every year is analyze third grade reading scores compared to all the other schools in our district. And if you analyze the Title I third grade reading scores compared to the non-title schools, you will see a drastic difference in proficiency. I mean, we're talking between 20 to 40% difference in proficiency. And so in reading is, and I can only speak for Abel, but reading is it's a large thing to conquer, right? You're talking about all the pillars of reading, all the strands of reading, vocabulary, comprehension, language, everything that's included. And I think that takes more effort, more time, more energy. Like you're filling in more gaps. Whereas in math, gaps are quick to close. We can close gaps quickly. We can give a quick remedial lesson on rounding or some like expanded form. Whereas in reading, we're looking at fluency, we're looking at all kinds of elements of reading comprehension. That's where I would say that's a big barrier.
The more complex
Absolutely.
area to become proficient in than
Yes.
just 2 + 3 = 5, 4 × 4 = 16, memorize your times tables. It's a much more cognitively expansive domain to try and bring together a lot of different disciplines to get them proficient, to be able to read. Not just because it's not just a reading test. I think Mr. Jensen mentioned this. It's an English language arts test, right? Which goes just beyond reading and answering questions about comprehension.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Again, I wasn't being critical. Go ahead, ma'am. Please.
I was just going to say, I also wanted to say with that said is, like you said, it is a deeper challenge, but when you think about, and I say it rarely about separating between Title I schools and non-title, but we do have to look at the true makeup. And with that said, I'm about empathy, not sympathy, but you do have to look at it. Because children of trauma, just like Ms. Webb said, is when you look at it, that trauma does take away from their short-term, long-term, their flight, fight within what they live. Also the bilingual, we have to respect that. But at the same time, that process, and our English language is not the easiest at times, and all the rules that you spoke about, and I just feel like those are some big challenges. And lastly, environment. All families work hard, but they work hard differently. And so time, the time and the children and the resources and things, and that's why I have great respect for the community with all the action of having books in children's hands, having that, opportunity to be a part of that. So it does take a little more, but that's when we go back to the fact of explicit teaching and really having the time with teachers and also having that facilitator that knows the background of the best research, of the authors that Ms. Webb had stated and others. You need someone there because it's a lot on a teacher, and if we only grow with each other, but when you do that, it's purposeful. And when you're purposeful and you're planning and the also delivery and the support, the teachers are there. They're with you. They see that. And with that said, then we need the teachers because in the end, you're going to go ahead and touch the students. So reading, again, is definitely complex, but in some of our schools, we kind of have to look at what are those needs met, how do we meet their needs, but not with sympathy, but with empathy.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that very quickly, in recognizing Superintendent Wysong's intention in making sure that we have early learning opportunities for preschool age children, making sure that we are offering strong programming for those students, because not to overgeneralize, not all Title I students, which is Marla's point, not all Title I students come in with additional barriers or delayed language development, vocabulary development. But we know that some do. And so negating that sooner rather than later through strong early learning opportunities led through Dr. Breslin, Dr. Sheila Halpin, Soren For, and just really making sure that the partnerships to increase the early learning opportunities for students who come in not quite ready for kindergarten, right? The sooner we can close some of those gaps in early literacy development in all the areas, vocabulary, fluency, comprehension, getting students exposed to literacy sooner with explicit instruction is the aim. And so just recognizing that as a priority, a shared passion for all of us, it will help. So thank you.
Sure. And I did want to point out on the positive side in ELA that both of your ELA gains as well as your, what does L 25% mean?
Lowest quartile.
Yeah, so I mean 71% at Tillman and 61% at Able. I mean, those are great scores, and then just your normal ELA gains were great too. So we're making progress in that area.
You're absolutely making progress.
So good for you.
If I could just say one thing, if you're done. I think one of the issues that not only the language barriers that we have in English is students understanding the definition of a word. I think that's critical. I mean, you can learn to read by memory, but understanding what that word means is what would help, I believe, in my opinion. That's just me. If I don't know what that word means, how am I ever going to use it in a sentence? Effect, effect. Those are two good examples. And then in the English language, like you said, it's hard. We have a hard language. Pair and pair, two and two. You know, four and four. So all of those words that are, the same but different meanings, understanding the definition of a word to me is critical. Phonics is one of those, but understanding how to say the word, but you need to understand what the word means too. So I think that's probably all encompasses the ELA, and I don't know how I've never been set in a class to see how we do that. Do you know what that word means? That would be crucial in my opinion, so. Anyway.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all for
Thank you.
being here so much.
Thank you, guys. We
appreciate
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As they exit, we're going to move on to item number 2, which is the policies and some of our new board policies. I know Mr. Chapman is coming on up to present that. Mr. Chapman, did you want to, the attachments, you got like part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Do you want to just hit it from part 1, part 2, and just move through them each and see if we have questions?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. So there's many policies here. It's split into 4 sections, and so, but there are a few policies that are that the school district edited. So I'd like to keep them to the end, and I'll go through those. Ms. Cox is handing you out printouts of those specific school district policies that we have edited ourselves, meaning these aren't Neola's edits, these are school district edits. So if we can maybe run through the Neola policy edits first, and then we'll get to that packet of school district edited policies, to your point, Mr. Chair. So the first 3 parts, part 1, part 2, and part 3 are, for the most part, Neola updates. These are your standard updates, legislative, statutory updates from the recent, from the legislative session that ended in late spring, and then we have to wait till the governor signs everything by July, and then Neola does their work. So this is a big stack, but you'll see in the briefing paper on each part that, again, these are mostly all, statutory and legislative changes, and then we also have to wait for the State Board of Education to put out the rules on them too, and then eventually it hits our policy deck. So I can run real smooth here through most of these, and again, then we'll get to our school district one. So if you start with part one, with that first one, 0131, is again just again, that's literally just saying that you as a school board can start editing policies before something actually becomes official in statute, as if we know that statute is changing, just to kind of get ahead of it. 1210 is again reflective of some of these legislative and rule changes we've seen when it comes to classroom and school libraries. Yes, Mrs. Messenger.
I had a question about that language.
Sure. On 1210, or
I think it's if I remember correctly, that language was more than once, but yes, it was 1210.
okay.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood, and I understand that this is a Neola thing. It probably aligns directly with the law, but as I read this, I understood it to mean that a student could access any material in a classroom or a library unless the person, teacher, whomever, says that no, you can't access this because it violates said law. Am I understanding it correctly? Because it's very wordy here.
It is. Let me maybe take it's the broader look, right? It's what we've been, as a school board and as a school district, we've been doing, right, for the last couple of years, which is setting in the processes and procedures per statute, per Department of Education rules, when it comes to instructional materials, classroom materials, media center materials. A principal is responsible for those. Those that hold those certificates that are responsible for media center materials need to go through training and have all the right certificates. So what that essentially is, maybe inartfully saying, is that everything in our schools, right, it has gone through all of these processes. All the right people have approved all those materials. So essentially, all those materials are all now available and safe for children because all the right checks and balances have been put into place.
Right, so I do get that intention, and I do understand that's what it's saying. Well, everything is good because it wouldn't be there if it wasn't. I understand the purpose of that, but I also think about myself as when I was a teacher and all the materials that I had that I used to teach but would not have been appropriate for my kindergartner to look at, like we were just talking about, the pedagogy, like all the things that I might have had, but maybe they're not necessarily inappropriate in the sense of like inappropriate, but really like not appropriate for that age. And now the kindergartner can walk over and go, that one over there that's supposed to talk about collaborative planning, that's the one I want to read, and I can't say no, that one's not meant for you, because this actually makes it sound like I can't. It just when I read this, I'm like, I understand the purpose, but then where does that draw the line for an educator? That, like, I could see I think about as little kids, but I can only see a high school student also being funny and going, oh, let me go read this manual about whatever, and it says you can't prevent them. Is this directly from the law?
Why don't I do this? Why don't I take these excellent points that you're making, and let me dig a little deeper.
Okay, I'm not trying to be difficult. Like, if that's what the law says, fine, let's keep it. Like, I'm all for that. Like, I'm not usually like an obstructionist in any way, shape, or form, but like, I just don't I just like think about this in an actual classroom and some high school kid being funny or a kindergartner being totally innocent and it just becoming a mess. And really, honestly, as a teacher, I really can't say, no, you can't look at that manual about collaborative planning, little 6-year-old. I'm supposed to be teaching you math, but I can't turn you down.
Yeah, let me look at the rule that this is based off of, and also the statute.
Okay.
And I'll circle back with you, and we'll, because again, to remind the public that what we're doing right now is that, which I neglected to say in the beginning, is that on Tuesday evening, a few days ago, the school board approved the advertisement of these policies, and that these policies are now out in the public for public comment and for review for the next 30 days. And this is the workshop to now do what we're doing, which is to go through them and ask questions. So this is why we do what we're doing, and so we'll get back to you on that point on 1210.
Which number? Sorry, before I go as far. Which number inside 1210? What number are you?
It's the last section. So page 8 of section of part 1, and it's highlighted there in green on the last section. So.
Yeah, couple things. First, my understanding of this is that it's talking about the principal and not the teacher.
It says a principal, yes, or direct school personnel.
But wouldn't they hold the principal accountable on that?
Okay, but either way, like as a teacher, like it's basically, as I read it, saying that a kid has access to any material.
Okay.
Whoever it's on, like the teacher's going to do what the principal says.
Okay. Couple things I noticed on this one is I think they need to identify what certificate they're holding. I mean, they could be holding a CPR certificate. You know, I'm just exaggerating here, but it's their teaching certificate that's at risk for both the teacher and a principal. Is that correct?
Good point.
Okay.
And, you know, so I would really like to see that identified. And then I also look at it and in terms of our weeding the books. You know, when I say weeding, I'm talking about, you know, just purging media centers during summer or whatever. You go, well, here, you know, those have not, there's no objection on them, but yet you're saying students can no longer have access to this book, okay? Technically, they could be putting their certificate at risk because of that. I'm asking a lawyer, I guess.
I'm confused at what you're asking. What's the example you're giving that they're pulling books out?
Yes, they are.
Of their library.
You're right.
Which they obviously have the right to do because they put it in.
But the book had gone through, and it's similar to what Miss Messenger was saying. The book has gone through a process to put it on the shelf. You know, it may have been years ago. But it's okay. There's no objection to the book, but they're pulling it out, and frankly, guys, this is going on in our schools where if it's got a gay character, it's getting pulled sometimes, depending upon the school and the librarian and whatever process is going on. So by doing that, and people are getting sued over this, by the way. Another suit was filed yesterday, I think, against the Orlando School District in Volusia. But if you pull that book without it going through the objection process, you're just doing it. Are you putting? Would this be in violation of this? Is the teaching certificate at risk there?
Yeah, I have no answer to that. I mean, but I guess, are we going to start? But if I'm a principal and I'm in the library and we're trying to get new books for kids to read, and we're chock full of books, and we go look at these 10 books that have never been rented out, and we say, nah, let's remove them off the shelves because nobody's even getting them.
And then a kid comes along and says, I want that book.
Well, it's not even on the shelf anymore. I mean, it shouldn't even be in the catalog anymore. So how? I mean, I don't even know how they're going to find the book.
It was there last semester or something. I don't know, but
Yeah.
but the point is that they are no longer allowing access to a book. They're just not allowing access to a book, and it hasn't gone through through the process of an objection.
But I think that they did that probably every year anyways. We just now know.
I know.
Right.
I know.
Well, now it's a big
But
deal.
but if it's got a gay character, people are going to go, that is why that book got pulled. And that is what's going on in these lawsuits, by the way. So.
I would say you're going to need to go back and give us some more information.
Yeah.
Because I think it's highly, I mean, I don't think the intention of this was for, for a teacher, a principal, someone to tell a kindergartner, no, that 5th grade book is not your level, you can't read that, or you shouldn't read that.
Right.
I think, yeah, I mean, but.
I don't think
to
it
your
is
point-
either.
Right, to
It's
your point.
just, that's what I'm asking. Is
But that's
that
what it
really
kind of
what it
sound
says?
like. Yeah, no, I mean, that's ludicrous. There's
Well,
no way.
This came up
Well, I get it.
when
Anyway.
DeSantis was pushing back on the number of objections. He said it's gone too far, all the objections, and I agree with him on that. And so he limited it to once a month. But then, and then he also had this thrown in there. So it's like, because frankly, he was he was making an analysis that there are bad actors or people with bad intent in the schools. And so this is a, darn if you do and darn if you don't. And frankly, I think that should be the new header for that,
I mean, I see this as the Mrs. Foreman provision, but,
Heck, no.
Well, I see this as no principal can prevent somebody from removing a book unless
Oh, well, okay.
all the proper board policies and all the proper state policies have been followed.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's that's the paragraph.
Okay,
But-
put my name on it then.
I think,
Okay.
yeah, you do need to go back and look at.
Yeah, no problem.
Right,
Thank you.
but again, in my opinion, books that are in media center or classroom are typically, well, especially the classroom, those books should only be geared around that age group.
Right.
So you're not gonna have 5th grade math books in kindergarten or 1st grade, so you wouldn't want any reading book or library book in a 1st grade classroom that's meant for a 5th grader. So,
Right, and
But you
Yeah,
could be
yeah.
going to the library.
this,
The kindergarten
Right,
could go to
but
the
there
library
should be
and
s-
check-
it-
try to check out a 5th grade.
right,
right, that's what I'm saying, even in the library, there should be
right, and
age levels, K through 2, 3 through 4, and then 5th, whatever,
Yeah,
so.
and there's two key things in this paragraph. It's really saying, anything that violates state law or anything that goes against board policy. So even if there was a 5th grade instructional material in the classroom, that's obviously not against state law or not against board policy. I think this also goes to Mrs. Spray's, maybe this could be Mrs. Spray's paragraph as well, that it says that is, only materials that that follow the law and that follow board policy should be made available to students, and a principal can't say otherwise.
I like that you've clearly defined that it is not my paragraph, no matter what.
Yeah, I feel left out.
So, board members, just listening to the conversation and looking back, and I do remember when this was done, but wanted to go back. This is an amendment to the State Board of Education rule that covers the principles of professional conduct. And those violations are the basis for the state taking action against a holder of an educator certificate for a variety of reasons. The press release from that state board meeting addressed the rule amendment, and I'll just read you one sentence from the press release. Today's amendment ensures that principals understand their responsibility to provide students with access to appropriate educational materials and that students are not denied access due to improper conduct relating to school library and classroom book review processes. So that's the sentence from the press release. The language that's in the policy draft that Neola has suggested pretty closely tracks the amendment that's in the state board rule. The only real difference is that the policy says if it violates the prohibitions in state law, the actual state board rule provides all those statutory references. So it appears that Neola is simply recommending that you insert into policy the same language that the State Board of Education has placed in its rule.
Whether we have it in our policy or not, it's state law. Teachers or principals' certificates are at risk, and whether it's here or not. So I guess my complaint is with the with this rule that.
Is there not another, it would be good to have a lawyer, maybe Mr. Penley here. I don't know if you're an expert necessarily in this area, Mr. Dye, but it seems to me I was reading some law where it actually talks about the principal being the final, kind of having the authority on what's in the library and what's in the, what's in the classrooms. And it seems like this kind of conflicts with that part of the law where it gives the principal the kind of the final authority. And this also seems to prevent kind of what Mrs. Messenger was talking about. You're just going over the summer, you're purging your library from stuff that you don't need anymore. Or maybe even and I've mentioned this before, you just look at a book and you go, this is just not edifying. I don't want this information in front of my children or my students, because I just don't feel like, as a professional educator, I don't feel it's edifying. It doesn't necessarily violate any law, but I just believe there are better. I'd like to remove these unedifying books and put them somewhere not in my school and buy some books that I find edifying. And this just seems to take away a lot of that authority from the principal of the school to be able to kind of monitor and have some control over what's in the classrooms and what's in the library. Any thoughts on that?
I would only say that, as you know, Mr. Jensen's been up here many times revising our and refining our policy on exactly how all that should work. And I think the policy that we have in place and the procedures in place are working very well when it comes to that point about the role of the principal and the role of all these new statutes that have to be followed. But yes, these two principals who were here before they are completely responsible for everything on campus and in campus. But there are now certain procedures that need to be followed when it comes to some of that, when it comes to instructional materials or media center or classroom libraries. So we've had to refine that a little bit more so that certificates aren't in jeopardy when it comes to this issue.
But if you're if you're sitting there over the summer as a principal and the media center specialist and going, well, we'd like to purge these books, do they have to go through the process? Maybe Mr. Jensen could address that. Do they have to go through the challenge process? And it seems like I just don't want these books I have better books that I think are more edifying for my students. I'd like to take these out and put these in. I would hate for each one of those books to have to go through the process, so to speak. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Jensen?
So the challenge process, in my mind, and again, I would welcome any additional education for myself on kind of what new state requirements mean. But like Mr. Chapman referenced, we have detailed procedures in place, policies and procedures in place for how we acquire media, how we implement and inventory media, how we remove media from our system. To me, the challenge process is very distinct from like the normal weeding procedures that we go through in a school library. The normal weeding procedures, like you outlined, are for books that are out of date, worn, not circulated enough, just not, part of a, just evaluating the library collection annually. We cycle through books. We have a process for that. We inventory it, we catalog it, and it's a normal procedure. And a book being weeded would never prevent it from being ordered by that same school or different schools in the future, made available to students. The challenge process is for books that members of the public have concern about students having access to on our campuses, and that process can impose restrictions on those books, restrictions or removal across our campuses. So I would say that's kind of, in my mind, the delineator between those two processes is the result of a normal weeding process doesn't influence any other school's inventory, a student's ability to access those materials, or the ability for a school to reorder those materials in the future, whereas a challenge process and how formalized that process is does influence that.
But this language here, do you see that being in conflict at all then with, maybe you could look at it, being in conflict at all with what you just, because Mrs. Foreman's concern is something to the effect of Principal Jones at whatever school decides, I'll let you read it for a second.
I mean, again, I would defer to Mr. Dye. I would say prevent students from accessing any material made available in a school or classroom library. I guess it is the delineation on what prevention means. Like, does removing it from an inventory infer prevention, or is it once the thing is that, I guess.
I would agree with you, but some people could, you took it out. Johnny liked to read, I don't know, a certain series of books, and for whatever reason, he was the only one that had checked it out in the last 5 years, and he comes back the next year, and the book he likes to read isn't there anymore, and all of a sudden he accuses us of some type of violating the law or violating a policy. That's an extreme case. I guess what I'm trying to get is I don't want this language, and I agree with Ms. Messenger, just seems to take a lot of authority away from a principal to manage the collection in his or her library and classrooms, to support the curriculum of the school and to provide edifying literature for children to read, as opposed to having to hold on to things because, and then you, in theory, you would get an infinite number of just an ever-increasing library of stuff because, well, we don't want to remove anything in case somebody might want to read it in the future. We don't want to be accused of preventing access to it. I just want to make sure that, like, I would like to see some language added that has something to the effect of what you were talking about, Mr. Jensen. Nothing in this provision inhibits us from doing the normal pruning that we do on a regular basis to make sure that our libraries are, have relevant material that supports the curriculum and is in line with student interest or something to that effect, that, because just standing alone like it is by itself, it just seems to take a lot of authority away from principals to manage their.
Mr. Dye had a quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Dye.
So, I haven't heard any comments I didn't think were valid in regard to the topic. I think the problem comes from context, and that they've, and I believe Dr. Weissong made that point a few minutes ago, is that this language came in the context of sort of whether certain titles are proper or improper, and is not in the context of the normal operation of changing the reading material that's in the classrooms of the libraries. So, but it can be read that way. So that's a valid concern. And I think it is just directed at principals, though. There was some confusion that it might affect teachers. So I think it just needs to probably come back and may need a little clarification so that it's not misinterpreted in application later.
Okay.
I don't think it's meant to inhibit just the normal changeover of material. It's just in the context of controversy coming from whether a certain title is appropriate or not.
Right.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well,
You're good?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
a principal's responsibility is not to determine it, but to follow the board policy. And if board policy says that the principal can remove a book, for, which I believe it does, it says, you know, if it's out of date, if it's lack of circulation, if it's, I forget what they all are, but it is in there. However, determination that it's not edifying, that is not in there. Determination, and my point is that determination that it violates state statute, that puts the principal in a situation where they are interpreting law, analyzing the material, making a decision on that basis. And that basis, I think, is dangerous. Because, like I said, if they pull a book because it's got Christian the Hugging Lion may have gay owners, somebody made that decision on that basis. And that is not in our policy, and it's also not after a particular court case where the court ruled that or that certain the don't say gay bill is not applicable to media centers and classroom libraries. So you know, I'm preaching to the choir here, but well, no, I'm not. That's the problem. But I don't think we can do anything about this. You know, I think this was the DOE's rule, and I think that's maybe not what they intended, okay, in terms of a principal pulling a book because the owners of the Lion are gay, but I don't know what their intent was, but I think that that's what happens, intended or unintended, and I don't think we can do anything about it. So, you know, I'm of the opinion we just let it go. But
Yeah, I'm almost. I mean, I think you could go ahead
I'll work with Mr. Dye,
and work with
and
Mr. Dye.
we'll do
I think
a
we could go
deeper
round
dive.
and round in this. I don't think anybody really knows. I see definitely where the language is definitely off, but I don't know. I would go by. Yeah, I would go and help. I don't think we're gonna be able to solve it here personally.
I'll
Us.
do a deeper dive, Mr. Dye, no problem.
But obviously, the principal is given authority over their school and to pull, to buy new books, whatever. And I think this is trying to maybe take a little bit away to give to, like, hey, you can't, but who knows? So working with them would be great. Working with Mr. Dye would be great, and Neola, and seeing what comes back.
Well, let me add that I don't think that our principals would want, I mean, we just had two amazing principals here. I don't think that they're gonna put their certificates at risk over a book. I just don't see our principals doing that. I just don't.
well, I think this puts it at risk.
This needs a little work. This language needs a little work. I mean, in the
Tell
first
Joey,
two sentences, we have prevent. If you look at it,
Yep, I understood. Well, and again, this is law, this is now rules.
Right, it's
so
just
we can
how
also
we-
just not add it to our policy too, because it's
already gonna be there.
It's in there anyway,
matter
but,
whether it's in
but
our
I'll,
policy
but I'll work with Mr. Dye and we'll come up with the best, way forward,
all right,
Thank
all
you.
right?
perfect, okay, moving on.
Policy 1410 and 3410, again, this is just adding language that gives some flexibility on salary schedules here when it comes to advanced degrees by staff. Policy 2271, again, a simple edit here about, you know, if a student's due enrolled that and unfortunately gets arrested, we need to notify that post-secondary institution of that. We'll skip 2340 because again, that's an district edited policy. We're going to get to that at the end. 2370.01 virtual instruction is just adding some language that two pieces of legislation needed us to add to our virtual instruction policy. 2371 Hope Scholarships, some minor edits there due again to a piece of legislation. 2260, again, on the basis of some a Florida statute being repealed, and this is some language we've been also dealing with over the last couple of years. So that is just again cleaning up 2260 with some Florida statutes that have been repealed language.
Can I get some clarification on that?
Sure.
When
Let's go to it.
paragraph number C, where it's talking about student access, I don't have
I'm going to try to pull
the
it up.
thing pulled up. Ultimately, my question is that if I'm asking if can we know, is this saying we can no longer segregate genders for reproductive health instruction? You know, remember the boys go off into one room, the girls go off into another?
You can still do that.
Because we're deleting that paragraph.
Right, let me get to that. Let's go to that.
2260.
Let me get it on the screen first.
Yeah, it's the part being removed. In accordance
Yeah.
with Florida statute,
Right.
the board may establish and maintain a single gender non-vocational class, extracurricular activity,
Yeah, the-
or school for elementary, middle, and high school students. That's being deleted.
Right, so that was in a statute that has been repealed.
Right.
There's another statute, 1000.05, that still permits students to be separated by sex for human reproduction classes.
Okay.
So we are not eliminating that ability to separate genders for the sole purpose of human reproduction classes.
Is that in our policy anywhere,
I'd have to look.
or is it in a different one?
I'd have to look. It might be in our, in some of our curriculum maps and things like
I
that.
just,
Yeah,
just want to make sure we can still do that.
I understand. Absolutely. And not only that, it's also still in statute. So, policy 2440 summer programs. Again, some minor updates there for a piece of Senate legislation. And 2460, which seems to be always in our rounds of edits. Neola has some cleanup work because we're always editing it so much that they wanted to make these edits so that maybe that will reduce some of the edits that we have to make. So in 2460. So that's round one. If we go to again part two, and again we're going to be saving our district edited policies for a longer, little deeper dive here. So part two starts off with a set of 4 policies, all essentially adding language that our athletic coaches, our trainers are all certified in CPR and can use AED units, and we know we've had several people come in to donate a lot of those units to our schools. So that cleans up those 4 policies. 3130 again is a minor revision there due to some recent legislation. 5330.01 is adding a different term for a device used for asthma and people with breathing difficulties. So we're just a little minor change there. 6110 and 6320 we'll deal with again once we're done with the Neola updates, because those are our edits from the school district. 6210 again is just laying out what we do already, which is how we post the budget, and that's just per some updates to some federal statute or state statutes. So that's part two. if we go to part 3, which is our last section of Neola updates, and on here are all Neola updates. So 7100 facilities planning is this provision where that was updated to state statute that if the Division of Emergency Management determines that there's not enough hurricane shelters in a particular county, that there's some flexibility for school boards to implement the building of a facility or school that is not up to educational facility standards per the law. So essentially treating it like a charter school if the Division of Emergency Management determines that there's a lack of proper hurricane shelters in a particular county. 8310, public records, it's just a minor edit. It's an important edit, but it's a minor edit to say that the names and identities of our school guardians are shielded from public record requests. 8460 is something we do. It's make sure that Fortify Florida is taught and advertised and promoted in our schools in the first couple of days of the school year. 8407 is safe school officers. It just, again, something we do as well, which requires a certain amount of days and hours and such for our school guardian training. 8515 is, again, some updates to our emergency management plan in our policies. The same with 8420 is adding, which you all know very well, which is adding a lot of those provisions that 1473 required, the doors being closed and locked and things like that. So 8420 is updating that policy.
Real quick.
Yes,
before
Mr.
we get
Tatum.
too far along, back to 8415 if we
All right. See if I can pull that up for you. Oh, you know what? We're probably on a different part here. I need to go
part 3.
But I can listen while you're
Sure.
doing that if you like.
So in the paragraph, it talks about emergency and crisis management, and one of the proposed changes there, let you get down to it there, is,
It's probably before that, so it's probably right here.
yep, you're right there.
Okay.
Page
note-
12.
I noticed that it says, right in the green there in the middle, it says 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down, the word staff has been changed to access. And I'm just curious, because we've always been staffing these shelters, and now it just says we have to provide access to them. Is there some intention to not have our personnel staff them anymore? Or I'm just curious what the reason for the change is there. We're not required to staff them, but we can if we want to. Anyway, I'll let you answer the question.
Yeah, I may not know the exact answer to that, so I'd have to explore that. I think it's a good question.
Okay.
But I generally looking at it, it looks like that, we need to make sure that we always provide access to emergency management staff to our facilities and when there is an emergency. But let me find out why, what changed in the statute. Mr. Dye may have that answer for you.
Yeah, my understanding is the statute that just changed made it where the district does not have to staff the shelters.
Right.
I think we had a brief discussion about that at a
I think
meeting.
you did last, yeah, Dr. Weissong brought that up.
But I believe the board's intention is to still have staff there to kind of protect.
And I think a lot of the staff want to be there.
Our principals are not going to walk out of their schools and hand that over to a third party. They're going to be there.
But the statute changed where you don't have to.
Okay, that's good to know.
But it also, right before the green, it says provide personnel necessary.
To access.
Access,
To
because you got rid of
access, right.
staff, so just access.
So
Means
So it's just,
to me, that just kind of like, okay, we're still providing personnel.
Yeah, it could be somebody just to unlock the door.
Right.
I guess if we ever got into some type of a budget situation and we had, although maybe that gets reimbursed by FEMA. I was just curious why the change, but apparently it's because of the change in the law, and so if we want to, we can, but if for some reason there was a situation where we felt like we didn't have the funds or we didn't have the personnel to do it, we're not required to do it. I was just curious. Thank you. That's all I had. Yep.
Very good.
Okay, on we go.
The very minor changes to policy 9211, really some grammatical. And then policy 9800, again, this is an attempt to, we're always seem to be editing 9800, so it's an attempt to kind of clean it up a little bit. Many, like most of our policies, are just reflections of what's already in statute. So trying to eliminate some of the language that's in that policy because it's already in state statutes, so that when those statutes change, we're not constantly editing this policy. So we'll see if that works, but that's what that attempt is to do. So that's that finishes the Neola legislative, statutory, and rule change updates. What is in front of you that Laura, Ms. Cox, excuse me, handed out a few minutes ago are policies that the school district has edited. So if we could go to those, I think the first one is 2340, which is the field and other district-sponsored trips. This is the field trip policy, and I'll yield to my leader, Dr. Weissong, to weigh in if I don't say everything right. But this was really to kind of, there's a paragraph in there that was very confusing. It didn't quite really add up to what we're doing. It adds to a lot of unnecessary, probably board work. So we made it real clean to say that really the board will just needs to approve any field trips that happen to be out of the state of Florida or even out of the country. That, you know, we've got obviously students going to, you know, Orlando and all kinds of places for VEX competitions and sporting events and art competitions, and, you know, this is a way that we don't have to, you know, the superintendent is empowered to approve those, and or his or her designee those field trips, and that anything out of state or out of country will come before you for approval. So that's what those edits are in that policy.
Does this mean as well as staff, not just the students, but staff?
Correct. Any staff or students who are traveling out of state or out of country.
Because it just says students, does not say staff.
This policy is specific to field
To
trips.
just, okay.
And so
misspoke there,
that covers that. Staff travel is approved just as a normal
Different policy.
function, right? That does not come to the board.
Yeah, Ms. Farmer?
May I ask a question that's not, I think this is great, you know, changing the wording that you are, but I have a question on field trips in general. And that is, I've been told that we don't allow field trips on water or in water other than up to your knees. And that's for example, the students in marine science in high school can't go down to Moat Marine and go out on their boat, and, you know, that, I'm just wondering if maybe if that is true and if we should be addressing that. So,
Amend that policy or something.
Sounds like my life raft is coming here.
You're in over your knees.
It's certainly something we can take a look at, Ms. Foreman. The traditional process for approving a field trip is very individualized to that field trip, and one of those processes is that the trip is vetted through risk management.
yeah,
And so risk management has to take a look at the trip and make sure
okay, so
we're
it's
compliant
Mr.
with
Kelly's fault, huh?
all of the things that are going on there. So I can't speak to any of the determinations that go into making a decision on the risk management side of the house, but it does go through a workflow from the school to risk management to supervising executive director up through me and in the superintendent's office to you know, vet these trips and make sure students are safe on them. And so we can certainly look at those procedures and bring them back to the board if necessary.
It would make a lot of sense for a class like marine science, but that's my personal opinion. The other question is, for field trips, are the chaperones required to be trained in CPR?
I'd have to read our field trip manual and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about this policy here. The board shall approve those field trips and other district-sponsored trips which take students more than, so that take students out of the state or out of the country. So that's what we're changing it to. It's the 250-mile restriction is being eliminated. And why would we approve them instead of just being advised about them? And maybe this is for Dr. Wysong, because I mean, I assume that if it's gotten this far to you, that you're the expert on all the legal requirements and the things that have to happen. I don't know what I could add to it to go, I'm not going to approve it. I wouldn't even know why not to approve it. Why not just have you advise us of it, and if we have a problem with it, we could say something, but because that just is another board work and another item, and I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it really needs to be approved by us, or do you think we should just, you could advise us of that? Or
I don't, unless there's a legal requirement I'm not aware of. I think this is just a question of how much oversight the board wants to exert. International travel is sometimes a point of discussion. You know, over the years, I think thoughts on that have changed as different, you know, risks related to terrorism, you know, have been a concern. And so I think districts have adjusted procedures. In theory, the board may want to retain its right to exercise oversight in those areas. If as a board you feel like this is an area that staff should handle, an alternate procedure would be you know, providing the board via an information item or as part of our, you know, regular briefings, a list of out-of-state travel that's been approved. There, you know, again, there are, you know, there could be something that I think is reasonable that you all determine to be unreasonable. So that's kind of a hypothetical answer to your question.
just as one board member, I would just like to be advised, but not, I don't know why I would want to approve it or not. I would trust you that you've met all the legal requirements and just say, advise us before it happens. And if we have a problem with it, because of international travel or something, we could put the kibosh on it, I guess, but I don't, it's just trying to take some work away from the staff, you know, because there are a lot of these that, like, how many do you think happen out of state a year? 10, 12, 15, 20?
You're approving all of them that are out of state, either specifically or, and I believe this is coming up on the September 10 agenda, there are a couple of groups like the CTE related groups, right, that students may qualify from a state competition to a national competition that's just held 4 or 5 weeks later. And while you're waiting for board approval, those airfares are getting more and more expensive, right? And so, you know, so I think that would be the reason why we bring kind of the blanket authorization to travel to those career and technical education trips. What we're doing in and really the reason why this kind of bubbled up is I think we had a trip that was very, very close to this 200. It was in state, but it was very close to that 250-mile rule. And we had the really hypothetical discussion of what if we have a team that's, you know, in an FHSAA regional event that's happening in 2 days, and what if it were in the, you know, way out? Would we have to call a special board meeting, you know, to get board approval for this trip to go on a competition that they've, you know, qualified to attend? And so that was the reason we suggested the edit. But in the meantime, because of course this policy takes time to go through the process, I think we've put an approval on the next agenda that athletic, you know, FHSAA sanctioned events are automatically approved while we wait on this policy correction if the board so chooses.
Well, is there an appetite for my idea that we just be advised as opposed to approving out-of-state and international travel, or what are your thoughts?
I think the international travel, we should still, still look at, just because it's, like you said, you know, it's, international travel's a different animal, but yeah, I'm
I
all
don't have
for,
a problem with it, yeah.
all for letting, management manage.
Okay, great.
Well, I'll just say to that, is there going to be a time where, where if the superintendent was to say no, then are they going to be able to appeal
Right.
to the board? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, somebody would have said no if it doesn't make it to us on the agenda. You know, but
Oh, very true. Before we
last
got the
ti-
consent
la-
agenda, that
last
is true.
time we
That is
had-
very true.
We had one to Carnegie Hall. I mean, somebody
Yeah.
could have, along the way, could have said.
Said no already.
No.
And you could have been maybe even said no before you even
And
put
we
it on the
wouldn't
consent
even know
agenda.
about it.
That's correct. I mean, if it makes the board agenda, it means
Sure.
it's been approved.
All the way through.
And I think we were researching another issue, and since I've gotten here, nothing has made it to me that I have not placed on the board agenda, because I think all the opportunities that have been presented are, you know, appropriate and exciting for kids.
And as long as there's no legal, I mean, what do you think?
I just had a couple thoughts, and I think Mr. Tatum's comments have got some merit, but unless the current policy is really causing trouble, I don't see why you would change it. I mean, if you feel like you're really getting bogged down in making these decisions, it's eating up time. But if it's not a problem, I mean, you're taking students out of the district on travel. Something could happen. And I just would hate to see a situation where a future board goes, well, we didn't even know about that, or I might, you know, we should have second thought that they shouldn't have gone to South America or something, and something happened or whatever. So unless there's a big change, I think there's some wisdom in that these things go to the board and not just staff. Because you're taking people's kids and you're traveling with them. So that's my counsel on that. But I think that there's merit in, if you really started to see where you were getting bogged down on these, but I haven't seen that.
We've had some come awfully close to the deadlines, and also case, I can think of the one southeast going to Chicago, that the airfares went way up, and it did get close to the deadline.
So can I ask this then? Because of like the time constraints and things like that, I would say that perhaps, because I agree with you, Mr. Dye, if it's not a big deal, but like, why change it? But if a field trip, I mean, I'll give you a great example because it's, well, I'm not going to open a can of worms. I usually say that, and I do. But if there was
It's how you signal it, though. It is helpful.
But if there was if there was something happening, a trip like that, and you said, hey, we're going in a week, but there wasn't a board meeting, you know what I mean? Like if there was something scheduled, you're like, oh, this would be a great opportunity to take the kids, blah blah blah. I do see where there is some merit in not going to us. If it was just able for you and your team to be able to fast track and not have to wait till the September 22nd meeting so that the board can approve it. You know what I mean? Especially if it's something basic and standard. So I'm not talking about like, you know, going to London or something, but so I can see where there may be some merit of us not having to come here to be approved, because I think that is somewhat of a burden.
I will say one benefit of board approval of out-of-state travel is that the schools are aware that there are deadlines.
Yeah,
True. They can't just throw it at last minute.
Right.
right.
True.
Because we are going to properly publicly
There's some
notice
responsibility.
agenda items. There aren't a lot of last minute sudden out of state opportunities that I've seen. I think, you know, the primary need for flexibility in state is because of athletics, which is a good thing when you're at that point in the playoff where you're winning a game and then you're on the road the next week.
To address Mr. Dye's concern, though, as long as we were advised of out-of-state travel, like you said, well, these things happen and nobody knows about it. And then if someone had a concern, we could make a motion and just deny funding for it. I kind of like the idea that, I would like to see all of it just be at your level, but if we can agree on Ms. Foreman's idea that international travel has to be approved, but out of state, it just takes, it's just, to me, reducing the bureaucracy necessary, you know. I hear what you're saying, Dr. Weissong, but I'm just trying to reduce bureaucracy, less board material, less board work.
The deadline you could create just through procedure.
Right.
You know, if you want this trip, have it to us, 10 days in advance or something like that. So there's ways to do that.
I don't know. I mean, that wasn't obviously on this list of what we're talking about. It's obviously not on this, like, on these edits. So I don't know if you want to.
Well, so it sounds like that there's consensus to just keep it international trips board approved, or is there consensus that the board will be advised of all out of state and international trips by the superintendent? So is it advised by out of state and international, or is it out of state's okay, but board approved on international?
I think it was advised out of state and approved
Yeah.
international.
That's right.
So
Great.
we're being
Got
told
it.
anything out of state. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, board.
I mean, superintendent, you're good with that response. I mean, I don't know.
I am, because I think first of all, we'll just do it as a recurring info item like we do financial statements.
Sure.
And then, again, as I've done in other cases where I have authority, but I have concern,
Sure.
I may still throw it on an agenda if it's something that I feel like you all need to know about and that you might have a concern about.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah. And then procedurally, you guys can make whatever you want to make work. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, on this same 2340, fourth paragraph, school personnel shall not accept any form of compensation from vendors that might influence their recommendation on the eventual selection of a location or a vendor that will provide transportation to field trips or whatever. If this is all about students and their field trips, we have school personnel in here, compensation from a vendor. I don't know what you mean by that. I guess you're saying if a school personnel can't be the vendor that transport students?
No,
Is that-
I think what this is saying is that no one may accept anything from a vendor to influence their decision about what vendor to use for a specific trip. And
Okay.
keep in mind that our purchasing department, has control of that, right? There's a pre-screened set of charter bus operators and,
Right.
And whatnot. But I just think it's an additional ethics protection.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm reading it
Okay.
right.
Are we good with that one, board? That policy?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and stop and 12:45. I want to go take a quick break. Not quick, but I want to grab lunch. But it is already like 1 o'clock, and we've got several more policies. We've got several more items. So I only want to. I mean, if hopefully y'all are okay. There's 15 minutes. Let's go go to the bathroom, grab our food. We can come back here and do that. Everybody else can grab their food, come back. But I want to kind of get this. I mean, we got to kind of.
You want us
Keep
eating
going.
here?
I am going to. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right. We're adjourned till 1 o'clock. right, welcome back. Mr. Chapman, floor is yours on the next one.
Thank you, Board. So right now we're reviewing school district policies that the school district would like to edit. And so what you have in front of you are two policies, 6110 titled Grant Funds, and you have another policy, 6230, which is our purchasing policy. So in 6110 Grant Funds, there's some edits to it where you see or designee, and this is some flexibility for the superintendent and really the three deputy superintendents to be able to approve grant applications and grant opportunities, where if you see the policy was just that the superintendent did that. So it's really to give flexibility for the senior team to be able to approve a grant. Sometimes in a grant you need to write back, if you think of all the ESSER funds and things, you have to write back to the grantor to ask for a change or ask for something. Well, a lot of times that has to, superintendent has to approve that. And so this just gives a little flexibility where the or designee section is. But really on page 2 of 6110 grant funds is a section where it relates also to 6230, the purchasing. And I'll let the superintendent maybe chime in on this, but it's really this effort or this suggested change to to the superintendent and the deputy's spending limit authority. And so I'll lean to the superintendent to explain why we would like to make this change or this edit to this section of 6110, which somewhat relates also to really the main sections of 6320, which is to move the spending limits where the superintendent right now has authority to approve a grant or a purchasing request up to $49,999.99. A deputy superintendent has authority to do the same up to $25,000, and our director of purchasing has authority up to $15,000. So this is the idea would be to raise these thresholds where the superintendent would have authority up to $99,999.99. The deputy superintendent's up to $49,999.99, and the director of purchasing up to $35,000. So that's the suggested edits. I'll lean on maybe the superintendent to weigh in on, why that's would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. So, board members, on 6110 grants specifically, the designee language is just for a little bit of flexibility. And as the board is aware, anytime I'm either really out of the county for any reason, I designate one of the deputies in writing to exercise authority. And one of the interesting things is that the Department of Education doesn't recognize that letter for purposes of grant applications and amendments. And so there's a separate process that hasn't been used in Manatee. This would allow us to do that. It's also appropriate because should something suddenly happen to me in the period between that event and the board calling a special meeting to appoint an acting superintendent, you'd be without anyone having the authority to conduct grant business at DOE. So it just kind of cleans that language up. With regards to, on that second page, section D, there are some fairly complex language there about what grants need to come to the board, what grants don't need to come to the board. And so we're just suggesting that rather than all of that complexity, if it's a certain dollar amount or above, then it comes to the board, and if it's below that, then it doesn't come to the board. Again, if there was anything that I thought was controversial about it, certainly it'd come to the board anyway. Connecting to the other clarification, the grant policy is which amendments have to come to the board and which do not come to the board. And we make grant amendments fairly frequently, and sometimes it's because either of a state clarification about how a certain item should be coded, or in the, these grant deadlines recently have been very tight, and so staff's scrambling to get them done, and then we realize that a particular transaction should be coded differently than how we submitted it on the application. And so this just clarifies that we would like to bring amendments to the board when the amendment changes the scope of the work to be done, not because a code changed somewhere in the application. That does save time. And I think that was previously the intent, but this just makes it clear that it's if the scope or the purpose of something in the grant is changing, then we would bring the amendment for approval. Again, if we're just making technical financial changes, then we would not bring that amendment, and that has been past practice here. The other piece related to the purchasing policy, and these only connect because of that number of how large a grant should come to the board for approval or how small a grant. In really talking with the vice chair, she has a desire to handle the board's authorizations to the staff around contracts a little bit differently. Currently, when we bring you a contract for approval that's larger than $50,000, meaning beyond my authority, we're giving you an estimated amount based on the quote from the vendor, and then understanding that sometimes, particularly related to student services, you're going to have important overages. One recent example would be the behavior services contract, right? If we get a very unique student case and we're at the ceiling of our spending on that behavioral services contract, I don't want to wait 2 weeks to get that student support. By law, I can't wait, but I also don't want to call you in on 2 days' notice to do a simple amendment approval. So we've been doing this estimated in the amount of, and the vice chair should probably explain what her thoughts and concerns are, and then we can talk about, if the board wants to do it differently, what our options are. One of those proposals is to increase the amount of the staff spending authority, because of course inflation has, $50,000 10 years ago is a very different number today. But there are other ways of handling this. So it really just comes down to how the board wants to proceed with any changes to purchasing. But probably better if the vice chair talked through her thoughts.
What prompted the conversation with me and the superintendent was a lot of time I look at our agenda in great detail. I look at the contracts and or a quote that we get from any particular vendor, and one was most recent, probably a couple of months ago. On the agenda it said up to $200,000 for this particular vendor, yet the quote that was attached was $163,000. So that's too broad for me to say, okay, why is there a $40,000 difference between up to and what the actual quote is? And to me, I think that's just too big of an, I would have put it on there up to $175,000 and not $200,000. And I have done that when I would talk to superintendent about a lot of the agenda items. The up to amount bothers me a lot because I'm seeing it more than 10,000 so many times. It's like, okay, we're going to throw it in that particular line item, but we want to have that flexibility to go that much over. I've never been real big fan of that up to. And I understand the multiple funding source part of it too, but in some of these cases, I just don't like that language up to. Especially when it's that big of a difference. And that, we've had that, if you can just go back and look time and time again, it's up to a certain amount. So I don't know if this particular policy exceeding 50,000, 100,000 would address that. It's more my intent on the vendor and our usage of taxpayer dollars, to be quite honest. I just don't like the idea of having a $40,000 span.
So my question would be, what's your thoughts?
I really don't know what, I don't know if, in my opinion, I don't think that if we get a quote from a vendor, I don't think the district should be exceeding that quote that much. I mean, maybe a 10% over or whatever, but not tens of thousands. And I've seen that so often. That's what disturbs me about the purchasing side. We put it on the agenda up to a certain amount, and then I see the quote is so much lower. So I don't really know what I know in my purchasing experience, it was never over 10% overage. You have that buffer in there.
Right, the flexibility.
Right, that buffer,
Of
but.
obviously prices changing or whatever.
Right, and I understand, I mean, if we're gonna put it on the agenda and it's a $167,000 quote, I would say don't go more than right.
And I think that, so you bring up some valid points. I think that my concern initially, and then I saw your hand up, Ms. Messenger. My initial thought is, it's not always so black and white, and I think that was a great, what the analogy that Dr. Weissong brought up was that when, if we predict we're gonna spend, I'm just making a number up, $10 on some kind of reinforcement for our student, I think what was it, Dr. Weissong, you were bringing up, the
Is the
behavior services contract, right? And all of a sudden, though, 3 weeks later, or not 3 weeks later, but towards the middle of the year, end of the year, kids have increased. There's more kids needing this service, etc. And you could only go 10% more. There's going to be potentially, not always, but potentially, a problem with that. And that's why I think Dr. Weissong saying, if we then could do the 100,000, he would be able to approve that contract to extend beyond that 10% as needed. I guess I would. My other thing is like, I guess I would say before, I would want to know, like, how often does this really even happen? Like, what kind of burden are we causing on the staff? And also it's got to come back to us. And if we make it like a 10%, 15%, 20% buffer. So like, that's my other question is like, are we causing somewhat of a halt in some of our production? I mean, production kind of sounds like we're manufacturing, but in our processes and everything happening because A, it's over 10%. Now we got to come back and reevaluate, blah, 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 blah. So that's kind of my first inclination. But Ms. Messenger?
I know Mrs. Foreman will remember when the previous CFO encouraged us to change the language of what's in our board work. So the previous language used to be a lot of like what you're describing, where it would say not to exceed,
Right.
and it would set a number. And instead, now we've gone to an estimation amount instead. And the reason was to allow the flexibility for the district. That was the purpose of that change in language, because with the not to exceed amount, when we did that, we would have and we had a situation where it went over, and then we had to deal with that in a very public way. We, you know, the reason why we went to the estimated amount number is to allow that flexibility. That's the purpose of it. If we do the not to exceed number, which would then kind of tighten the range, which is I think what you're asking for, which would that is a not to exceed number. That's predominantly not what's on our board work anymore. A lot of what's on our board work now is estimations. And it's to ensure that the districts can keep moving and keep running and not have to wait on us. They're giving their best estimate so they can keep moving forward. It's not a good look for this district or this board if every time they hit that number, then they have to come back and hit that number and have to come back, hit that number, have to come back over and over and over again. That's not a great look either, just because they hit that particular number on that quote, but now they need additional services because, hey, that's working and we want to expand it. I was a little apprehensive when we changed the language to the estimation method, but I think it's been working. And I do hear your concern, so I have a question. Whenever, let's say we get something that says estimated, I'm looking back at a past board work and looking at the language of the past board work, and it says estimated in the amount of $800,000. Let's say it cost $850,000 instead of the $800,000. Would there ever be a time where this district would spend the money and it not already be budgeted? Or the money already be there?
Well, I guess that, and Ms. Sellers is welcome to jump in, but I mean, the initial purchase order is going to be keyed, right? And then your staff's not gonna process an invoice beyond that encumbrance, which means then you're gonna have to do a budget amendment.
Exactly.
And that budget amendments are reported monthly to the board. Granted, there are lots of them because sometimes you estimate, okay, staff mileage in a department is gonna be $400, and then you run out of that money, right? And you've gotta add $200 in that line because people have to drive to school sites during the day or whatever.
Right, so when we were to bring a purchase that would come to the board, we would already, make sure that it was in the budget for that particular item. The quotes could actually come in different than what was first submitted. Lots of times there are services that are not identified right away that do end up getting incurred, which is why the service or the contract is going to be more than the actual quote that we first got. And many times that estimate is also set on the historical spend.
Yes.
with them analyzing and saying, well, but this year it could go up a little bit. So they'll put some extra given that to be able to account for those additional expenditures based on that historical increase.
My point in asking is, I think that there is a legitimate concern that there are opportunities to exceed budgets, and I wanted to ensure the board that there are checks and balances in place that ensure, no, you can't go buy this extra thing because it's not here. Let me move money from here to there to get you where I needed to get you if we have it.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure that that is clear, because I can understand the concern. I do understand. I get your point. But what I'm hoping that you hear is there are a lot of people that work really hard to make sure that it is transparent. We get all the budget amendments, that it is done in accordance with state law, that it is adhering to the given amount of money that we have. We're not running over. I mean, there's a lot of other pieces that go into this that I think supports keeping the language that we have, which is the estimated in an amount of.
I agree with that, and I'll give you an example. I think Mr. Rinaldi, this was maybe like a couple years ago, but didn't we have like a shortage of sheet metal or something? And well, I'm kind of pivoting a little bit to increasing your allotment of say 25,000 higher. But wasn't there a time where we had to like buy sheet metal to do our daily functions, and it was over a certain amount, and you had to, well, if we met Tuesday and we needed it today, or we ran out tomorrow, you know, whatever, you had to wait till the next board meeting to do it. I know I'm kind of pivoting off of a little bit of to increase the spending, but those things slow down whatever we need to get done in the district. And if you were going to come up and at your cabinet meetings and say, hey, we need extra, you know, this and that, whatever, the Ms. Sellers and her team are going to be able to say, no, that's not in the budget, what, you know, and be able to figure that. So I think it almost adds more like bureaucracy. Like I just feel like we may add more burden to the staff and us, and I think that there is already some checks and balances. But
yeah, I mean,
is that an example that I remember?
That's well. Part of the challenge with the estimates is a lot of times, especially with maintenance, we're making estimates in September, but we're not really going to be utilizing those contracts maybe until the following spring. And what we experienced with the construction materials was it was a significant cost increase. So we were tied into a contract, and then we started to work through it and realized one of two things: either there had been a significant escalation in the cost, or we needed to get and utilize that contract for more extensively than we estimated in September. When we sat in Maine, we had damages that we needed to correct, or water intrusion and those sort of things. So I mean, if we had to sit and wait, it would be a delay of up to 3 weeks at times. And the other portion was, once we get a quote from some of these vendors, they want to hold it for about 7 days, especially on the construction and maintenance side, because that's how everything from electrical conduit was escalating at that time. It has calmed down a little bit, but that was part of the challenges that you were identifying.
Ms. Foreman, did you have something?
I was going to ask Ms. Sellers, because obviously she's seen how purchasing in multiple districts in her prior life. What have you seen?
Well, a lot of them do have this type of mechanism, so that while the authorities have been put there and it was approved by the board, there has been some latitude given so that certain items don't actually end up having to go back to the board. But they do put in place the particular language with the thresholds to meet those needs of the district. So yes, it's a common practice to be able to use a description that would capture the authorization the first time and still give the district its latitude to be able to make that purchase without bringing it back to the board.
Because our reins, I get that too. We need some caps or some reins, and our reins are the budget. Is that,
Yes.
We are authorizing on, in behavioral health. It's more than just that one contract, and so we've got a lot, we've got more in it than just that one contract with that one estimate. And so, yeah, the district can move that money around from vendor to vendor, based on what their need is. So, I was here when Mr. Bargeron explained it to us, and we ended up going to the estimate and not to exceed, because also what was happening and bothered him was that we would have a item on the agenda and it would be not to exceed, and so that's what went into the budget, even though we did not plan on spending it. And so we get out of whack on that.
Right.
Did you have some?
I understand Ms. Spray's concerns.
Mhm.
One of the concerns might be that the vendor sees that, you know, the estimate is 165,000 but we've authorized up to 200,000 and lo and behold, it ends up being 200,000 and they just tend to get well, we can go, you know, how would you, any of you want to address that, you know, that concern that the vendors will just say, well, we'll just make it up to the maximum amount because it's been authorized by the board. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, we track, when we're tapping these continuing, what I call a continuing service contract, we track the quantity that is actually being utilized for the specific project. We negotiate labor rates. I don't think most vendors really dig down to the point to see what was actually approved, and I think most of their assumption is if it is over whatever their specific cost is for that project, that there's other projects that are lined up to happen in addition to that. So I really haven't seen any vendors take advantage in that manner.
Here's a question maybe for you, Ms. Sellers. So let's say that we have, I don't know, 100 contracts with this estimate in it, and every one of them, for whatever reason, ends up being over the estimate, and it goes up to whatever the maximum amount, not to exceed amount is. And how do we determine if there is actual money available in the sense of planning for the long term? I mean, you could look at one project and say, yeah, we can spend an extra 20,000 on that one, and an extra 15,000 on that one, an extra 10,000 on that one. But when you start doing that for like 100 different contracts, what's the control to make sure that we aren't actually in the long term, as we get towards the end of the year, spending money now that we really need later? I don't know if I'm asking that question right or not.
So it's a combination of a little bit of both the procurement procedures and the budget procedures. So, and both of them, they intertwine and tie together on a regular basis as the actual expenditures are occurring and getting applied to the purchase orders. And those items, as they were to change, they get reconciled, and on a monthly basis, and when amendments need to be made, those do get made. So it would get captured over time. I don't feel like it would collide where you would have an excess what was authorized versus the actual spend. The budget does take into account what would be the top level that did get paid for. So that's why you will always see the expenditures maybe be the actual would have the favorability that we would see because maybe it didn't spend that. The budget looks at and accounts for if everything were to get spent. So if that helps explain that.
Let's say you had a contract, one of these that said, we're estimating 150 and we are spending 200,000, but we could spend up to 200,000. When that's coded in the budget, does it get put in as 200,000 or does it get put in as 150,000? Or am I even asking the right question?
Well, the purchase order is actually set at a particular amount, and the that would be for the procurement part.
But the budget, he's at like if we had 200 down for the max, that's in the budget.
That part would be the budget side of it, and the procurement part is each of the people who have filed in that purchase order. You could have several purchase orders that get you up to that particular dollar amount, and they'll keep track of what was in the budget versus the PO, which is the actual, which could be many POs. So the procurement side versus the budget side.
And from on the capital side, a typical scenario is that I think we recently approved contract for bleacher repair and upgrades. Now, we don't identify exactly the specific projects because we have a inspection that occurs during the year, and when those things are identified, then we utilize that contractor and those funds to do it. Sometimes we have to replace motors and things like that, and we do exceed that dollar amount, and we go in as part of our capital review, and you all approve change orders that are in the negative, so sales tax is coming back to us. So perhaps we would use that sales tax savings in order to handle that overage. So we review that on a monthly basis with the active projects going on and with these continuing contracts as well. So it is a balancing. We don't a lot of times have fully defined scopes. And, you know, if we do exceed, then we look for the modifications that we need to make, and we do the budget amendments there.
I guess my concern is, like I said, if you let's say you had 200 contracts and they all exceeded, you know, their not to exceed amount was $50,000 more than what the estimate was, and $50,000 in a $1.4 billion, $1.5 billion budget doesn't seem like a lot, but you do that 200 times over, 200 times 50,000, and maybe now you've spent, what is that, an extra $10 million, and you're like, geez, we spent an extra $10 million. I guess what I'm trying to ask is how do we, what's the control to make sure that that's not happening? Like we're spending it, we get to the, you know, halfway through the spring and we go, gee, we spent $10 million extra dollars. Little chunks at a time, but now we spent it, and now we really need that money, but we kind of, what's the control to keep that from happening?
Well, even though we have it in the budget work, and it's you know, you have an estimate of, and we have that ability to be able to go over that, there is still always a comparison of what is in the budget when that starts to exceed what was put in for the PO, when that needs to be adjusted. So on a monthly basis, even though the board work would have said estimate and all of those things came in at once and all had to be paid, that would be looked at on a monthly, if formally monthly, that ends up coming to you guys. But the finance and budgeting department would be already seeing that, and the other operations group that are working with those particular contracts and those vendors, and seeing that possibly that those expenditures were being able, getting close to an excess. Like, let's say you were getting down closer to a budget that looked like it was, you know, chewing up the fund balance that was there. We would be able to see that first and be able to have more of a conversation if everything all came due all at once. That's what you're talking about, right? If everything all came at once and all of the estimates all hit and exceeded. No, that would be a conversation that would be had on each individual level of each purchase. So it would be, I mean, a hypothetical situation. If you were to add up all of the estimates, maybe all over the place, would you be spending everything you had? I mean, the procedures or budget process that we have would catch that before it would be at that level.
And so when and again, I don't understand the budgeting procedures down at the technical level, but if there is a contract that says we estimate 150,000, but the maximum we can spend is 200,000, does it get budgeted at 200,000, or does it get budgeted at 150,000, or when it's put into the budget? When it's, or am I even, again, technically, I don't know if that's the right question procedurally to ask, but do we show it as 200,000, or do we show it just as 150?
I would need to get back with you on that, because I know that the purchase orders are there, and I know that the budget is getting put in. I would need to get back with you on that. That's a very good question.
Okay, I mean, that would be the control, it would seem.
Yeah,
to stop that from happening is that, well, we've already budgeted at 200,000. So if we spend it up to, it's already been budgeted.
I will check on that.
But again, I don't understand the technical aspects of how all this is coded in line items and stuff like that. Okay, and then, but I am in favor of reducing, I mean, after having said all that, I am in favor, number one, of reducing the amount of bureaucracy that we have to go through. And to some degree, we have to trust the people that are you know, doing this work, and that's you all and the superintendent, that you are trying to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, that you're watching for vendors who might try and play with prices a little bit to always get to the maximum amount that we're allowed to spend. So there is that trade-off, right? We're going to reduce the bureaucracy, and take the workload down. We maybe do run a little bit of a risk that vendors might try and take advantage of us. But in my mind, the reduction of the bureaucracy, you're all professionals. This isn't your first rodeo. And we're just going to have to trust you that you're looking out for the taxpayers' money too, while we're trying to reduce bureaucracy. So I'm in favor of these changes, and I'm in favor of maintaining the language as we have it right now. And that's the only question I have at this point. Thanks.
Detail on that. So in May, we had an agenda item 1111 for the ID badges and all the supplies that goes with that. Estimated in an amount of 300,000. And then you look at the year-over-year comparisons, and they're all, first year is 60,000, second year is 71,000, third year is 131. But to Mr. Tatum's point, the item was on the agenda in an estimated amount of $300,000. So did we budget $300,000 for this particular contractor, for this particular item?
That's the item that I indicated that I'll get back with you
Because
on.
in my mind, in my mind, if we went back and looked at since I've been on the board, if I went back and looked at everything that was on the agenda up to or in the estimate, is that going to, is that all gonna be in our budget? And or did we just plug in a number just in case? Because, I mean, this is where I drive my point. The 23-24 school year was 131,000. But on the agenda item, it was estimated an amount of 300,000. So that's quite the gap. And that's where I like to just narrow that up a little bit more. That's why I don't know if it's a 10% or whatever, but maybe we should start thinking about putting the language on the board work closer to what the actual cost is gonna be. Because if we only spent in year 23-24, 131,000, that would say we have $170,000 for that contractor sitting there. I'm just, yeah. So
Well,
to me, it's like to me, with every contract that we do, it's almost like a line item for that particular contract. This is how much you get, and then when the POs come through, you start deleting or decreasing that budgeted amount by, if you spent $200,000 on that particular vendor, you're gonna have $100,000 at the year end to roll over. I understand, I know it, but I'm just saying that's just an example. That's just one example of how we, in my opinion, we put the estimated in the amount of.
The purchase orders have the authorized amounts that we end up, that are in the records. If they don't spend that, we will then, we close those particular purchase orders, like at the end of the year or the end of whatever project that one is for. So, but we will capture the maximum amount of what was expected to be spent in that purchase order. When it comes to the board and and they've got particular contracts that are coming in and maybe they're still operating on quotes, they will use the estimate. When they actually have particular expenditures going up, if they need to add to meet it, but they're trying to get to the board work, but the purchase order started lower, let's say the purchase order started at the quote, but the estimate was up to, they can change that purchase order to get up to that max without bringing it back to the board.
Right, I understand that process.
Right.
Very well, to be honest, because you've already brought it to us, estimated an amount of 300,000. So we already spent 150 to 200,000. That PO's already, or that particular contract is for 300. So you don't need to come back to us. You've already gotten that approval. But my whole idea around this is we're estimating and or up to way over actual. That's where I'm at. you know,
Dr.
'cause,
Weissman, you want to comment real quick?
Yeah, I want to, I mean, there's two different issues here, and sometimes they intersect, sometimes they don't. So, and Vice Chair, I don't recall the specific item or the reason why, but sometimes there are really valid reasons why the cost is going up year to year. And I'll give you an example. In the coming meetings, you're going to see on some contracts higher costs because we're about to open 2 more campuses.
oh, I understand that.
Right, and so there are some specific things that now we're gonna buy 53 of them instead of 51. And soon it's gonna be 56 instead of 51, right? So you're gonna have those changes. So sometimes when you're looking at the historical spend, the increase or the change is happening because of some other input that's occurring. Or it could be a supplier cost increase, or it could be that we need to order more for a reason. So that's that piece. Then the other part of it is beyond whatever's on that quote, how much flexibility do the department heads, and remember, ultimately nothing gets on I mean, everything on the board agenda I've looked at, but nothing gets on without the endorsement of one of the 3 deputy superintendents, and that's why we're all together when we work with each of you individually. There are certain contracts where that department head does think that there are unique things happening, like we're seeing an increase in enrollment with students with autism, and therefore with this provider, we may end up spending more than we think we need, and we don't want to have to come back to the board, you know, and stop providing services while we wait on more authorization. So I think it's the 2 different things that are going on, right? One compares the historical spend, and the other is how much flexibility do we need? And you know, board, that's just a question of governance and of how you want that to work. We can make almost anything work, but the tighter we are, the more often we're going to have to stop and come back. There was an item since I got here that the board approved that exceeded. It wasn't a large overrun, but because of the way that it was processed internally, I felt the board needed to know about it, so I put it on the agenda, and that one you all approved, and we talked about it. So there are times when I'll bring it back even if we have the estimated authority. But if you want to tighten up the policy, and that's why we've put it here, then you certainly have the option to do that.
But I don't think that. Sorry, just real quick. I don't think that if we approved Mr. Hansen to purchase $300,000 worth of computers, and his PO came back at $150,000, and they purchased $150,000 worth of computers, that we're saying that Mr. Hansen gets to say, I'm sorry, picking on you, Scott, but gets to say, oh, I still have $150,000 left. Let's buy more computers that we don't need. That I don't think that's happening. So there's not like there's a balance of like, oh, hey, you get this amount. It's I don't think it's for that. It's for the times where we may go over because we had to buy more than we thought. But I don't think there's any like, here's your total. You can spend it all even if you don't need it. Ms. Foreman, I know you were up.
Yeah, I'm biting my tongue here. Our responsibility is not management, and I think our conversation here is getting very much into the management. And if it's not to say that we don't look at it, you know, if we've got your example on the badges, the appropriate thing to do as a board member or governance would be to ask the question in the board briefing. There may be I would hope there would be a very good reason why it's gone up so much, and that's part of my board briefing frequently. You know, I'll ask, why are they charging us so much more on radios? But
Yeah.
and that's part of our responsibility, you know. But our responsibility is the budget, approving a budget, and budget amendments, and hiring the superintendent who is responsible for making sure that funds are being spent wisely. So
Did you still want to say something? Yes. I feel though the consensus is not to change the language.
Disagree.
Okay.
My consensus is to accept this language. That is the change that I accept.
No, I meant in our board work.
Oh, no, none of that.
But no, I know this on the actual.
Yeah, no, this I agree with. This language change is a yes. I think it makes sense. Costs are going up. Let's up it. No, what I wanted to address was specifically the item that she brought up, but really goes to a bigger thing that Mrs. Foreman brought up. So that specific item, if you look it up, it does say in the executive summary why it's going up. It lists that we're replacing old machines, and we're getting additional machines, and there's a subscription fee per machine, and because we're getting more machines and there's an increase in the subscriptions, that's why it's going up. And that goes to Mrs. Foreman's point. There are times where I look at the historical expenditures, which did not always used to be on our board work, and we fought to get it on there, okay? Because I always had, in the beginning, I'd have to go find it myself. But whenever I'd see that, I agree with you. I always look and see, well, why? I can't think of a time where it hasn't been explained to me in the executive summary, or I go look at the contract and say, oh, they're getting X amount more. Like, I agree, like, it's our job to ask that question, but like at my last board briefing, you know, I think Dr. Weissong made a comment about one of the ESC services going up, and I go, oh, I saw that, and I read it, and I understood we were getting X amount or more, and I didn't even ask a question because it's there. So to me, like, I think asking for that additional amount and providing the historical expenditures and explaining why there's those changes, like, that is so much transparency, so much clarity for this board, for the public. I can only say that in my 8 years sitting here, how much clearer, how much more transparent it has become so that the board can read it here, understand it, and the community can read it and understand it. I think our language is clear and is transparent. I have no desire to change the format that we have here. I think if you didn't explain, oh, this is why the increases were going on, then I can understand. But I can't think of a time in the recent past where it hasn't been explained and the historical expenditures have been there. I'm in favor of keeping this language as it is, and I'm totally in favor of this proposal here that ups the amounts, because once again, in my 8 years, I don't think we've done this. So
I do have questions
Okay.
about.
I am in support of upping it.
So I think we can move past the language on the board items to keep it the same, because I think there's consensus there to keep it the estimated, or the second thing though, part of this policy that Mr. Chapman discussed, I see the exceeding 100,000 for the superintendent. I don't see, unless I'm missing it, where it is for the deputies.
It's in another.
It's right
It's
here.
on the
It's
second
there.
It's on a
page.
different policy. So,
Oh, I see it on the next one, on the next page. Okay. So I agree with Ms. Messenger and Mr. Tatum. I think he agreed. I think the superintendent should go up from $49,999 to $100. I think that's absolutely reasonable. And I think it's reasonable for 25. I mean, that's extremely low for the deputy to be able to make a purchase and then have to come to here and all. I mean, that's because I don't ever see the deputy's going to make a a purchase of, let's say now it's $50,000, $49,900, and not let the superintendent, and that's going to go through a conversation. And so I don't have any problem with upping to 100 and to 50. Absolutely. I don't even know when we started the 50, but with the way, I mean, it's probably years and years and years and decades. I mean, I don't even know. Probably a long time
I
ago.
don't think it's ever changed since I've been sitting here.
And that's a long time. And that's a
Thank you.
That's a low number.
I also do have a response to Mr. Tatum and Ms. Spray's question. As far as the estimate that gets put in, our budget director is on the board work, so no matter what is happening with the purchases as far as POs, the board work does go through here, and the estimate amount does get budgeted. So to both of your questions, wondering, even though when you see the estimate, it is already captured in the budget process. So, would that answer probably your question? I think it was yours as well, too. So it is in there, and that's how the flow does work, so it's been captured.
Yeah, I want a couple of things on the wording on the policy. For 6110, on the second page, by the way, I'm more than 100% in agreement on raising it to 100,000. Just inflation alone, you know, entitles that 50,000 to be upped. But my concern is where number D, the superintendent shall present any proposals with budgets exceeding 100,000 to the board for approval. And item number 3 is being omitted, deleted, you know, because we always see on our board work, you know, approval of to accept and to expend on budgets. If something comes in that is designated for multi-school or even and district-wide, I think some of the grants are could come in for items, services that may not align with the board's policy or the board's thinking. I was trying to think of several, but for example, let's say that something comes in, somebody comes in with a $50,000 grant for electric bikes, but it's supposed to go to this school. You know, that's unequal, you know, and so I think we would probably have a problem with that. Or if someone came in with materials related to some political or ideological position, I'm uncomfortable deleting number 3, so I'm okay with the others on that.
So I think when we talked about that as a team, under the prior policy, if there was a grant for a single school, regardless of the amount, it didn't require board approval.
Really?
Right.
Okay.
And so I would be more concerned, right, about a grant going to a single school that no one is reviewing. And so, you know, that kind of added to the complexity of this. One option, Mrs. Foreman, is we can just say all grants come to the board for approval. We had one recently where it was a Department of Education grant, and it was restricted to a very specific circumstance. It was theory of knowledge teachers and international baccalaureate. So the entire grant was for $2,000, and we brought it to the board for approval. Given the amount of scrutiny that everything receives before it comes to the board, in staff time, we probably spent close to that with all the different layers of reviews and finance and instruction, and then time on the cabinet agenda and everything else. So we thought, does the board really want to approve a $2,000 grant? And that's what led us to play with this. But again, we can live with whatever the board's comfortable with.
Okay, well, I was raising the point. The others, you know, may not feel the same, probably don't. But, I don't know. I just see an opportunity there for something to go awry down the road, so.
But, hold on, I'm confused now with what the new proposal is. Not eliminate, it's saying that it's got to go to us.
This particular language says if the budget for the grant, regardless of where it came from or who it's intended for, is $100,000 or greater, we would bring it to the board for approval.
Right.
We could just say all grants come for approval, or we could say, I think my last district, it was $10,000. The board approved anything over 10. We only picked 100 because, again, Mr. Chapman was matching the language of the purchasing and the grant policies.
But that grant process is still going. So if I'm a teacher at XYZ school, I'm the only one that wants to do this particular program, a part of history, whatever. Nobody else does. I go to a grant and get applied for it. It goes, I work it up the chain. It's worth $25,000 for me to do whatever. It's gonna work its way up to you ultimately through all the chains to then be able to say yes or no to it. So I mean, I can kind of see what Ms. Foreman's saying, but you know, also if I have a company and I want to give to my kid's school, and I have a foundation, I want to give 10 grand because that's where my kid goes. I don't, you know what I mean? I mean, I do see where if we got grants that were kind of like whatever, and then we were like, oh, well, we want to go this school only, but I also don't want to like cut off support from everywhere else. To say, and how many of those grants, we get those grants, like teachers do those grants all the time. And I mean, it would be the same thing with the budget. I would hope that your staff is on, you know, on point with that. And they know, hey, this is a grant that can help everybody. Why don't we do a little piece here, a little piece there, instead of just one particular school?
And I think generally, yes, although sometimes a funder is interested in a specific project or a specific school, or the foundation has a funding guideline that ultimately, when you work through it, you go, okay, only these 3 schools are eligible, so that's what we're going to target.
Mm-hmm.
So I think every situation is a little bit different. You know, and of course, a donation is also different than a grant. Right, because right on a grant you've got reporting, you know, requirements and sometimes expenditure limitations and things like that. So this of course just covers grants, not donations.
Oh, that's a good point.
So is the concern then, Ms. Foreman, that if we eliminate point number 3 under paragraph D, that the superintendent and or his or her deputies will start handing out grants to their favorite schools and it won't be equitable or something?
I'm just saying that the board won't be aware if, let's say, the federal government comes in with a grant that is to be used for, I don't know, for something that might not align with what we would have decided, okay? By taking it out of here, you know, you don't know. So there could be something ideological, there could be something political, there could be something inequitable, you know, as far as being divided among schools. So, so I think having, and like Dr. Weisson said, if it's a $2,000 thing, you know, we're not going to be indebted to someone who gives us $2,000. But if someone gives us $80,000 for something, I think we might want to be aware.
Mrs. Foreman, there is right below that section A. I don't know if that helps you. That paragraph, the administration of grants will adhere to all applicable federal, state, or grantor rules and regulations and all school district policies and procedures. I don't know if that.
Well, we don't always agree with our government.
Well, there is a provision in the first page. If you just go to the front section of 6110, we cannot accept any federal funds that A, B, C, and D.
Right. I did.
Right. So
Could we just put in language saying that we're advised of grant exceeding 50,000 or, you know, whatever that amount is?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It's more like our previous. It'd be nice to know. It's informative for me. It's educational, but
Right.
You know.
I mean, I'd be fine with that. Like, I don't know what the number is, if it's 50,000 or 25,000 or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think exceeding 50,000 would be fair.
That's fine with me.
So, okay. I also have questions about the contract amounts. I've read them so differently.
You're going to that second page?
It's a different, this is 6320,
Yeah.
and it's pretty far into there. But to me, it looked like the superintendent's authorized on contracts in an amount no greater than $949,999.
They struck the four,
And-
though. Yeah. I saw
Well,
that too, and I was like, whoa,
What page are you
$1
on?
million.
well, there's a line under the 9.
Page,
Oh, okay, it's supposed to be
Doesn't have
90,
page
okay.
numbers on it.
Page,
It's
but-
all right.
Yeah.
it looks
and
like he struck out the 4, put the
Yeah.
9, but it looked
Could
purple.
we,
Oh, I
especially before this goes to the public for them to, could we just strike out that whole amount and then type in the new amount? That would be on all of the others, yeah.
Because it
and-
does look like 250 or 315,000.
Yeah. And it goes all the way down to number C, board approval, public funds in an amount of $1,050,000 or more, so. it's
Good
just-
point. Strike out the whole number and put in the new one.
Yeah, it's a little hard to read, so. Anyway,
Okay, thank you.
that's it.
Anybody else on that particular cluster? Not seeing any. Next.
Thank you. So now is our last set. This is the part 4. These are all related, maybe cousins or uncles or something, but they're all related. So here's the history of what we're doing, or here's the kind of the big picture here. Right now, our how we do school choice, how we do zoning, how we do enrollment is all defined by one policy, 5120. So what we're doing here, when you see these 4 new policies, if you will, and new, I don't mean quite that they're new, it's what we're doing is taking 5120 and splitting it into 4 new policies to make it a little more clearer, because each one of these are each on their own now separate, areas of interest that we're involved in. So instead of taking 5120 and taking it as a 18-page policy, right? What we're suggesting is splitting it up in 4 sections. So what you're seeing when you see the purple edits in 5120, in 5120.01, and 5120.03, okay, all of those purple red lines are is language that's already in 5120, right? There's no new language. It's just we're picking and choosing sections out of our 5120 policy to create those 3 new, if you will, new policies, okay?
Point 1, 2, 3.
Right. So, but 5120.02 is a policy that has new language in it, okay? So perhaps that's one that we can walk through, because again, the other 3 is just taking already existing 5120 language and just creating 3 new policies with it, so that there's a standalone school choice policy, there's now a standalone enrollment policy, and there's a standalone attendance zone policy. Now, if we go to 5120.02, that's now a new rezoning policy, how the school board will figure out, or how to now rezone or go through the process of rezoning. So that's a policy that perhaps we can walk through. Okay, all right. So if we turn to 5120.02, rezoning of designated residential attending zones. So the first couple of pages is striking already existing language in 5120 and replacing it with what you see in purple now. And so we can kind of walk you through that, Dr. Weisson. What would you suggest, how we kind of go through these these changes, or if you all have read them, maybe you have questions. But the idea here is we believe a more conducive, efficient rezoning policy for this school district, considering what the next few years are with capacity and new schools and the growth that's happening in the district. We believe that this language is really the best way to handle the capacity, the potential rezoning, the new schools that is going on here in Manatee County. And this is really what we see as the best way to take on what will now happen over the next 2 years or so.
And the new language actually starts on page 6.
Yes, yes.
All 1 through 5 was removing 5120. So the new language starts on page 6, where there's no strike through, but it's in purple.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Correct. I don't want to make sure
Correct.
we're all looking at the same thing.
Correct. So I'll walk through it maybe, and we'll go along here. So on page 6, we've got 2 definitions. There's our fish capacity, right? My first day I was like fish, but now I learned what fish was. So now I'm, Then there's program capacity, because you're going to see those 2 terms come up. So we define them. In section 2, you can see the heading there. The board may consider revisions to geographical school attendance zones for the following reasons. So there's your reasons, A through D, of give the reasons the board can consider the revisions of our attendance zones. Section 3 is how to then implement those changes that the school board would like to propose to the attendance zones, right? The process of how to do that. And that goes all the way through letter I. Section 4 was already in our policy, administrative rezoning. So that's language we already have. And section 5 and 6 is language we had existing in 5120. So your new sections, if you will, are 2 and 3. The reasons why the school board can rezone, and 3, how to do it, and that's what we're proposing as a new policy here for the school district.
Professor.
So I want to say that I really like on page 9 the exemptions portion. Just from history of when we have gone through rezoning, it always has been, this ends up being negotiated by the board and the upset public sitting in the audience. And so having exemptions already in the policy will hopefully help the board when they have to do this, because the board would hopefully be able to say, these are stated exemptions, and it not become a negotiation, because that's what it's been in the past. And that, I think, is one of the hardest parts of the rezoning piece, because you will always have a parent that says, but my kid's going to go into 5th grade, or I always envisioned my pre-K baby going there, or and so having these exemptions, I think, will hopefully help with that part, because that, as I see it, is probably, at least for the board member perspective, the hardest part. Just, you get a lot of, but wait, I just want my kid to go there, and so I think this is really smart. I think hopefully this will help the board, and so I really like that part. But I do have some concerns about some of the other language. On page 7, under number 3, the implementation of revisions to residential attendance zones. So A. A talks about an annual review of student enrollment, and I think that's already pretty much done through the FISH program and everything, that school capacity program anyway. But my concern with this language is that I'm looking at it as a parent, and if I were a parent, this language would make me terrified, because I'm going to look at this and go, wait a minute, you're going to change the zoning for my child every year? That would be my fear looking at this language. I don't think that's the intention, because I think everybody sitting in this room knows how painful it is to go through rezoning, and if you don't, you soon will. Yay! But so I don't think that's the intention of it, but I think that language could cause some trepidation. I don't know a better, I always try to come with solutions, but I don't know. You got one?
You could change the word shall to may.
Oh, we're going to Dave Minor. The shalls and mays.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
No,
but anyway, thank you.
we used to, he would debate.
Yes, I
I mean, that's why, we never approved a policy while he was sitting here, because it was either shall or may, and there was a debate about whether it should be shall or may. Anyways, okay, sorry about that.
Choose will.
Oh, no. I just don't, and I know you appreciate the nuance of shall or may, but I'm going to tell you once again, an average parent probably won't. So my only concern is how a parent would read that and interpret that. Not to say that a lot of parents go and read this particular policy anyway, but when they go, that would make me nervous as a parent. I don't see a better solution, because I think it's a smart thing for the district to do operationally. But I'm worried on how that will be interpreted by families, because that would make me nervous as a parent if I didn't understand y'all don't want to do that. You don't want to rezone, but this doesn't. So I'm nervous about that. I don't know if I don't like it. I'm just nervous about it. I don't know if there's a better way to say it, to explain, like, this is painful and we don't want to do it, but, I don't know. And then the other one was item C under 3. And it talks about how the superintendent is going to hold an initial public meeting to explain the rezoning process. And I wanted to know, what does that look like? Does that mean at a board meeting there's going to be a stated procedure that the board is going to receive? Or does that mean you're going to go to SAC meetings and say, hey, we're looking at this? Does that mean you're going to go and hold a public meeting at a school in that area and say, anybody that wants to come from all these 4 schools, come to this meeting, and I'm going to say it there? What does that mean? Public meeting.
Great, it's great feedback, first of all, and that's why, we wanted to really go through this one with the board. Really, I think the rationale for letter A and letter B is that right now it's not clear the process by which a rezoning is initiated. And certainly, I share your sentiment that your goal is to never do this, right? If you don't have to, right? And I think we even talked about that when I was interviewing, this is the last thing you want to do. But when you're opening 5 schools in 3 years, at some point it's a reality. I think the notion is that that you're going to only initiate a rezoning if there is a formal review of enrollment and capacity, and the conclusion is we don't, this really is necessary. In my head, what that looks like is a workshop to put the numbers up, right, and show the growth trajectories and everything else, and say, okay, board, this is what the staff's seeing, what questions do you have? And then kind of formalize that plan. I think as we talked about this policy, the other piece is that Sometimes a rezoning's impact is very small, right? So in theory, if you're opening a new school and you only have 2 other attendance zones around that school, you might only be impacting a total of 3 schools. Or sometimes a rezoning has a much larger impact, and your process is going to look different depending on whether it's small footprint or large footprint, right? So you might need many open meetings at schools or in communities for something that's larger footprint, and you might just need 3 visits to SACs in a very small rezoning footprint. So I think every process is going to look different, and so that's where I think it's hard to put procedure into policy, because it does kind of depend. But the intent of the language isn't to make people nervous that we're going to do this once a year, right? I mean, the goal is the goal, even in a growing community, is to only look at this, every several years, right? But you just don't know. So we can work on that language.
Maybe if you combine A and B together, and maybe even started with, I know you want to say, like, hey, I'm going to look at this every year, but maybe you should put A and B together in some way that better explains, we're going to do this every year, and if the data suggests,
I see your point. I think we can.
Because that would,
we can make the language more.
that would make me nervous.
Can I ask a quick question in dialogue with you, Ms. Messenger, real quick? Yeah. Was A, that's brand new language, that was never in 5120 to begin with, right?
No.
And it was maybe hopefully done, like we were obviously looking at future growth, etc.
Always.
So then my question is, does it even need to be there? Does an annual review even need to be talked about? Like that should be part of like procedural.
I don't know, but
given
the amount of that you're going to have to do this over the next couple of years, and the amount of parents that are going to fill this room, it might be nice to have it there, but I just think that the way it's worded would make me terrified as a parent. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to put there, but maybe combine A and B, because
because it is
as
only
you explain it, I'm like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. And like I said, I get the point of it operationally, and you're right, we did, like, they would always show, like, here is the projections for all these schools. Yeah. This is where we're at. This is how many seats. We did that for every single one in workshop after workshop before we rezone, and you'd still have a room full of people that were upset about their baby that wants to go to kindergarten at that school, because that was the school that they always dreamed their baby would go to kindergarten at. You will get that whether this is in writing or not.
But I don't think that the reason why I even said why does it even need to be in there is this is under the section of implementing revisions to the zone. The superintendent year to year is going to be looking at population of schools. We do it when we get our numbers from the state, what they think they're going to be, et cetera, and enrollment. You're going to be naturally looking at the data anyways. So that's why I feel like I don't even know if it needs to be in there.
Interesting.
Does that make sense? Because it's under implementation. So it's under how we're going to actually start the rezoning process. And we're reviewing it constantly. We're always reviewing the amount of kids. So I just don't even know if it needs to be in there. But
what if you got rid of A and just had B and said, if the superintendent finds the results of the annual review, that's provided that there is an annual review, then, because it's in there, justifying rezoning, the superintendent shall notify the board, which that is what happened, but still leaves it in there and just removes A. It still provides B and just leaves B, and then
we're just expecting
you're going to show us in a workshop, which is what happened before. It just wasn't in there, and I don't think that's wrong to do that, because you're going to have people that say, who gave you the authority? I bought my house for this. And you can just say, well, here is the outline of the whole process. I mean, I do understand your point about the term public meeting meaning something different per rezoning. But it does make me apprehensive as a board member, because I'd want to know, you're right. If this one is smaller and it's only affecting 2 schools and we're building this new school, so you're really only going to go to 2 SACs, right? Then maybe you only need to go to those 2. That might be true, but it makes it. I hear your point, and I don't know if you can more clearly define it here, but perhaps when it is presented to the board, it is clearly stated to the board in what manner, in what type of public meeting.
Ms. Messenger, is the word annual the holdup, or that's what I think you're hanging on, is the word, the school district shall conduct an annual review.
Yeah, I don't like any.
So you could take annual out and still, you would be better with that. That's where I would say strike the word annual.
That's interesting.
Because then if you go down to if, on number B, if the superintendent finds that the result of the review, so it's more about the wording. I think if we got rid of annual, I think it would be, because, and two, I don't want to jump on your train there, but all of this is, you know, even at the beginning it says capacity and all of that, but it doesn't say anything about community development, because that's basically why you have to rezone, is because of community developments. And if you, right, how many is gonna go out, how many districts are gonna go out and build a new school in a, 2 miles away in a district because of capacity? It's because one school's overcrowded. They're gonna do that and shift kids around to where there are student seats, but here, we're looking at population growth. So to me, it's more, I think that word should be in there, community development, based on community development. I don't know where we plug that in, but I think it needs to be there, because this is why we're building so many schools.
Well, I mean, some of that is kind of covered in N2, because
Right,
it talks about like, hey, these are the reasons why. And I think that's important too. I just want to ask then on B, if B says, that you're going to notify the board of the initiation of revisions to the residential attention zone process, would it be in that process when you would define which public meetings you plan to attend?
Yes, that would be my intent, and I think we can clean that language up a little bit. Even I think we could collapse A and B, and if we simply said it is the responsibility of the superintendent to conduct reviews of student enrollment, facility utilization, projected growth, and go through that.
Yeah.
If the superintendent finds that the results of those reviews justify rezoning, then shall notify the board
Right.
of the information or of the initiation of the revisions and the projected timeline and the plan to notify and engage the public, or what, so that that's all on the record.
Right, yeah, because that I think I get, like, it's just the definition of public meeting.
So
I've seen it used in so many different ways.
I understand. It's a great point.
to add to that, I like combined A and B in what we're saying here. I don't mind either getting rid of the annual. I don't believe, though, that A and B should be in section 3. It should be in section 2. Here's why. The board may consider revisions to geographical school attendance zones for the following reasons: A, B, C, D. E should be the school district conducted the review of enrollment, et cetera, et cetera. So that is a reason why we're even looking at re-envisioning or redoing the zones, not the implementation part. The implementation part starts in letter C, where you give us your plan on how we're going to do this. A and B is really about why we are even starting the implementation. Does that make sense?
Well, but doesn't C of section 2 kind of already do what you're saying? Because it's all about overcapacity, undercapacity schools. And I mean, in order for him to delineate that he's going to have had to do probably, well, I mean, that may not have been a full review of all schools, but that would be enough to go, gosh, well, that one's really got a lot of kids. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
so like, doesn't
And
C
that's why I
kind
think
of
we
already
could-
cover that?
That's why I think we could strike A altogether. It is already in C somewhat, or you just add an E that says that during review. And I don't think it goes in the implementation part. Implementation part is we've already gone through this checklist of why we're even considering changing the school zones. Well, why would we consider? Because we did a review, whether it was annual, buying, whatever it was. Now we're moving to the implementation part. That's why A and B could be combined and moved to 2, because that you're justifying why we're going to be giving even into an implementation zone.
I'm just going to say this, though, thinking about the past and having to go through this before, that when you have a whole bunch of upset parents, that having it clearly spelled out right there as a list of things might help.
No, I don't disagree with that.
So
I'm okay with having it. I just think it needs to go in 2 and not 3.
But
because 2 is saying this is the reasons why we even looked at it, and the reason why is because we did a review and we're all out of whack, or we know we're growing, etc. 3 is now okay. Now we're implementing this revision. How are we going to implement it? Well, we're not going to review. We already did the review. That's why we're at this stage now. So that's why I think it should be moved up to 2. However you want to combine it and word it, I'm okay with, but I think it should be in 2.
So, Chairman,
Does that make sense?
well, what we
no, I don't agree with you.
That's fine.
I agree with you.
I don't agree with you, and here's I'm just telling you. Okay, well, it's going to be a split board.
No, kidding.
I'm just telling you. Like, I hear what you're saying is completely logical. But the problem is the people you're going to be having that are going to be looking at this are not going to be logical. They're going to be highly emotional. And they're going to want to see that you went through the process. And I think you're going to need some sort of combination of A and B there. Even if it feels like it's a reiteration of what is above it. I really think it's a mistake to get rid of it completely.
Agreed.
In that section.
I would definitely. Oh, in that section.
Yes, in that section.
But it's still there in our.
You're assuming that a highly emotional group of people is really going to take the time to go, oh, it's not in this one. Maybe it's in that one. I'm just not seeing that happening. I really think you should have something there that shows we didn't just make this up. We did this review, and now and it got presented to the board. Like, I think.
Yeah.
You can incorporate that in number C, 3C. You know, that as soon as practical after completing a review that demonstrates the need for rezoning, whatever.
I am 100, and I completely agree there should be some language there on justifying the implementation of changing zones. I just don't believe that language belongs in. I believe it belongs in, why are we even considering, and this is what section 2 title is, the board may consider revisions. Well, why, as a parent, I say, why are you even considering this revision? Well, because we did a review and we found out X, Y, Z. Okay, that's fine. My emotions are still wild. I get you did the review. Now the next step is what? The next step is implementation. And that's when we move to C. Right? So I agree that it should be in there, and we should be able to cover our bases to say we're justifying why we did it. It's just the location and where it's in. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you. And I already told you, I think your argument is logical. You're just not going to be dealing with logical people. They are not going to be logical at the moment. And I think having a thorough list of here's the things we went through, even if it's a reiteration of what's already above it, is beneficial to the board and the district. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree that we should have that in there, just not in section 3. It should be in section 2.
Whatever.
Because that's where that section 2 is where we're justifying why we're even going to do it.
It seems like we need to see if there's a consensus.
Sure, yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
agnostic,
I'm still in the line of saying in section 2, the reasons why we're doing it is because of community development. There's nothing in there. It just says construction of a new school. Doesn't say anything about why are we constructing a new school? Because there is community development that forces us to build new schools.
Well, it's the children that make us build new schools.
Right, but kids just don't come to empty spaces. They have to come to a home. So I think the word community development
I think that
should be,
throws rocks at the developers.
I don't think it's a rock. I think it's more of a,
We can approve those minutes.
I don't think that that's a rock to the developer. I think that's a community development. Okay, we are reactionary. What we do here is reactionary to what goes on in the community. We're just not gonna go build a school in the middle of nowhere and for no reason. We're building it because we're reacting to the development of our district. So to me, I think adding community development should be in,
You can add to D. You could add to D.
you can do it in
Anticipated
section
student
2.
Population growth
You could do it to,
or decline based on
An increase
community.
in student population, that's.
right, there you go. You could
You
even
could
use
add that
that.
language in.
Increases community development and increase in student population.
Oh, no, I would leave out community development, just say increase in student population. How they got there, we don't need to identify. So,
Well, I'll give you. Well, I'll
I-
give you a great example. I'll give you an example of it. That it's not necessarily development, but student population. To Miss Foreman's point, is we know the west side of town is old. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean that like
You mean the people?
that. I meant old is like they're not producing children, and so that the school age
So lucky
kids
it's single
are
district
declining.
elections.
The school age. Listen, my grandmother lives there. Everybody. What do you mean? So
your grandmother.
and my in-laws. So what I'm saying is that if there may not be another community built in there, but there could be a regentrification and our population rises big time, right?
Right.
So it's not just about so I'm on your side here.
Right.
It's not about the development necessarily. It is about the student population increase. Now, why does that happen? Yes, a lot of times because of development and people want to move here. But I think we could just add that language to D, and it's gonna give us a reason why.
Whatever. You guys word it the way you want. I'm just.
Oh, did you have any other concerns than those that you brought up?
So you want to still strike annual, right? You want to strike annual.
I would be in favor of anything that changes A and B into something like as what Dr. Weisson explained. And I don't believe that belongs in number 2 as he explained it, because he talks about delivering information to the board, and that is part of the implementation. And he discussed presenting information to the board that has to do with the process. Once again, that does not belong in number 2. Some sort of amalgamation of A and B, which is what we had discussed, does not belong in number 2. It belongs in number 1. It belongs in number 3.
Right.
So I don't know if we're going to agree on that. I'm fine with how number 2 reads as it is.
Okay, I guess it really doesn't matter as long as it's there. It's just so I would say that in B, if the superintendent shall notify the board of the initiation of the revisions to residential attendance zone process. That should happen before there's any type of implementation. That should have happened under 2 where we're even reconsidering any kind of revisions to geographical school attendance.
I see where you're at.
For instance, the example even like right now this minute, we know we're building these schools that are coming out 2025 is elementary, at least for K through 8. We know that we're going to have to rezone for that. We wouldn't wait until the superintendent said, "Oh, on your agenda today is us talking about the implementation of doing that."
Yeah.
We would know before the implementation ever even started.
But this is part of the implementation. You being notified of when the meetings are going to happen that he's going to discuss is part of the implementation. It cannot begin until you know that it's going to happen.
Which is in 2. We know it's going to happen because we're constructing new schools, we're closing an existing school, over capacity, etc. All that falls under 2.
Right, shall notify the board is where he's hanging on.
I mean, at the end of the day, I do agree it needs to be on there, and consolidating A and B is fine. Missing a horse I'm going to die on. So, I mean, if everybody else doesn't really matter, it doesn't really matter.
I'm agnostic.
I mean, it could go either way. I feel like it should go in 2.
I'm with you. We're
I'm with two. What catches me on you is the superintendent shall notify the board of the initiation of the revisions of the residential density zone process. So to me, I agree that part should be up in 2.
Because as a parent, I'm going to ask, why are you even doing this?
Well, it's
why are
already
you
gonna
even
be up
implementing it? Well, we're implementing it
That would be
because
number,
the superintendent brought it to the board's attention
right.
after review of the zones.
So one option would be, we could retitle Roman numeral 2 to review and initiation of rezoning. And then letter A could be the board may consider revisions for the following reasons, and then A, B, C, D becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then letter B becomes
Actually,
the language from 3A and B combined, so that you have one section called initiation and one called implementation.
there you go.
But I don't know if that I don't know if that helps or not.
It just blends it. I think that's fine.
It doesn't matter where it's at. As long, I do agree now, talking about it, striking it is probably not the best. And that was my initial thought. I don't think striking it is the best. I think people are going to want to understand, why are you even doing this? Why are you even talking about rezoning? And we're talking about it because the superintendent brought it to our attention after he did the reviews.
We're gonna strike
zones.
the annual, right?
Right, it wasn't me. It wasn't us, it was him.
For rezoning, we are going to strike the word annual, correct?
They could do it quarterly, I don't care. I think it's an expectation that they always are reviewing zones, though.
Just as a whole, when you had first discussed this, and this is a big change to how rezoning is going to occur. And it's a big departure from the way the district has done it in the past. And I can see a lot of positives to doing it in this way. I have a few concerns about the level of public input, but I do think in reading through this, there is quite a few opportunities for the community to be involved. And I mean, I do really think that helps, because that was my biggest concern, is the level of parental input, the level of staff input, the level of community input, because even if you don't have a child in the schools, the zoning of the school for your house can affect your property value. You know what I mean? It really encompasses everyone.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the amount of public input that has been put into this process. And so even though I do think it is considerably different than what's been done in the past, I think it can be beneficial to this board and the district, and it still allows considerable public input. So I do appreciate what you have here. That's all I have.
So I know you started saying you were apprehensive of it. You don't want any changes to any verbiage of the amount of input. You're good with that. I think that's important. I agree with you.
When we did it in the past and there were committees, the committees were made of parents and employees of the affected schools. And the benefit of that, in my view, is that it removed the district and the board from it. And and instead the board was presented by these committees. And those committees did have somebody from transportation sitting in with them to show them like, hey, that's not gonna work because of routes or whatever, you know what I mean? But, this process doesn't have the committees, and instead the district is gonna have their own maps and but they're going to present them to the community, it seems like in multiple passes. And, I think that can be beneficial in another way, because sometimes you'd have in those committees a parent who lived in that neighborhood, and so then you'd watch a map get drawn like this, and you're like, okay, which one lives there, right? So, I can see benefits of both, and I just want to make sure that the parents are involved and the community is involved. That's really my biggest thing, and so that was my biggest concern. But seeing the amount of public involvement, the multiple meetings, the opportunities for public comment before it goes into effect, I can see the benefits of doing this and trying it this way.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Foreman?
Yeah, no, I like this much better. I did watch all the board meetings just because I enjoy eating popcorn in front of the TV. But the decision among the committees, that got pretty nasty.
I see.
You know, where one committee feels like they are absolutely right, and people in the public who weren't asked to be part of that committee were upset. And so there was it was very emotional all the way around. So yeah, it puts it back in the district's hands, but maybe that's where it belongs, you know.
So my only, I agree that we need as much public comment as possible and hear the community. And maybe I missed it, but you had talked earlier about not all rezoning efforts, revisions, are the same. One, it may be only like 2 schools. One, maybe it's 8. Maybe it's whatever. Do we give ourselves any like, for instance, if it's a smaller rezoning, do we really need to do a minimum of 3 rezoning plans? Does that make sense? So I feel like we are putting ourselves in a box to have to do certain things that we may not need to, because it doesn't affect, like, you may go to, it's only 2 schools, and you're like, well, there's only one way we can rezone this thing, but we got to come up with 2 others because we say it in our policy. Does that make sense? So do we want to be able to say, I don't know how you would word this, but do you want to be able to say if it affects X amount of students, then you go to having to do 3, 4, you know, whatever. I don't know.
We certainly could do that. I think the rationale behind generating at least 3 concepts is, first of all, it ensures that the staff is not flippant about this process, and it should, and it certainly won't be for as long as I'm in this seat, but it should never, regardless of who are in the seats, rezoning should never be flippant, right? Because it is emotional, it is important to people, it does have implications, and so I think requiring the generation of at least 3 concepts ensures that the staff is doing its homework and saying, okay, even if one of the 3 maps is preferred,
right,
you're at least showing there are multiple ways to do this. And of course, all of you who have been through this before know that there is no such thing as a perfect map, because people won't even agree on the values or the rules of engagement that go into drawing that map. Right, and how our philosophical thoughts about how that should be done then influence what that map looks like. And so I think it doing 3 forces the staff to make sure we're looking through a lot of different lenses about how to do this. Now, in a very small footprint rezoning, hypothetically, a single elementary school opening in a corner of a county where you're only impacting, again, 2 other zones, your map variations may not be very large.
Sure.
But the other piece is that, and I think this is the benefit to the committee process is it's very grassroots. The downside to it is that if it doesn't produce the needed effect, then you probably didn't achieve the goal in the first place. And I think the policy contemplates that the goal is that you're keeping schools within a capacity range, right? Somewhere between the maximum capacity, which is fish, and then really a minimum capacity is what's financially viable, right? You're trying to get the right mix. So the other thing I think that's changed is the technology, right? And again, I've been through a committee process before, not Manatee's, but obviously my prior district, and the mapping software now is so much more sophisticated that our facilities department is going to be able to move a line on that map, and it's going to instantly recalculate what are all the outcomes
Population,
of
right.
moving that line 1 block or 2 blocks or 3 blocks or whatever. And so from a staff perspective, I think we can be more efficient because of the technology. But to the point about public input, you also want people saying, well, wait a minute, that's what it looks like on a map, but actually if you come drive our neighborhood, you hit this gate, or this looks like it goes through, but it's actually a cul-de-sac, or what, and that, so you want that micro level input from parents. And even when you do a committee process, you're not necessarily hearing from everybody. Whereas you use the website, you use public meetings. There's some other technologies we're looking at to help facilitate community conversation. And that's where you get that really granular detail. And then sitting back in a conference room, you go, yeah, that's a really good point. That line really does need to move 1 block over to keep that community together or deal with this issue or whatever. And so I think it's trying to get that right balance between what the technology does for us and then needing that public input. Not that you're going to make everybody happy, but that at least you're making a really informed recommendation.
I just have
Yeah.
one other thought, unfortunately, but
No.
I do want to. Under section 3B, and I haven't been through this before, and I'm not familiar with how this process works, but it says, if the superintendent finds that the results of the annual review justify rezoning, the superintendent shall notify the board of the initiation of the revisions to the residential attendant zone process. And my concern there is that it's almost as if you have the authority to start this process, and we're just, the board, quote unquote, is along for the ride, rather than you coming to us and saying, I'm thinking about rezoning. Do you, the board, have an appetite for it? Because it sounds like there, it's like, well, I'm doing it, and you're along for the ride, off we go. But again, what are your thoughts on that?
That's a good point. We talked about that as well. That, and this is if you think back to some of the master board stuff that we've done the last year, right? This is where policy and operations gets really close, because the reality is, at the end of the day, I've got to be able to run schools. And so if you have a situation where you have severe overcrowding, right, and the board just says, we don't want to deal with that right now, then what am I and the staff to do, right? And so, that's kind of the one part. The practical check in all of this, and this has happened in Florida within the last 12 months, is that if the staff and the superintendent don't do a great job rolling it out, the board always has the option to reject all plans and say, go back to the drawing board, right? So if hypothetically in this policy, and I said, I'm going to I'm going to start rezoning, and the board says, yeah, no, we're not seeing what you're seeing. I don't know how you really move forward. The staff's incentive to take as much public comment as possible, my incentive to take as much public comment as possible, is that I don't want to get to the end of a process where thousands of hours have been invested and then the board says there wasn't enough input or the process was flawed or whatever, and we're going to reject all plans and start over, because at that point your staff is pretty catastrophically damaged by that. So I think I hear your point, and if the board would prefer to authorize rezoning, we can certainly do that language. I think the reason it's not there is, again, there are operational issues, right? So I'll give you another example. Again, with 5 new schools opening in the next 3 years, there are some creative things that we're doing related to the first 2 schools, and we're going to talk about that at the next workshop on September 13th. But then the following 2 schools really need their own attendance zones. If theoretically the board doesn't want to do any rezoning at that point, then those 2 schools open with 0 students, right? Because no one's authorized to go to school there. So that's the part where you kind of have to do a rezoning. So that's kind of my answer to the question. But again, if the board's more comfortable with, an action item will be brought and authorization will be sought along with a timeline and a process, that's okay too.
I'd like to see something like that, like a workshop. That if you believe it's necessary, you will initiate a workshop and discuss initiating the rezoning process with the board, rather than I'm going to do it and you're along for the ride.
That's another justification to move A and B to. I know I'm going back to it, but that's a justification to move it to 2, because 2's title says the board may consider.
Right.
We're going to consider even getting into rezoning based off of a superintendent recommendation saying we're having problems. It's not already in the implementation process. It's even before anything is done staff-wise, you're bringing up to us saying, hey, this is something we need to look into.
And actually, really, the original thought behind the annual review is that you do that review once a year, and then you say to the board, good news, we have everything under control. There's no need to make any changes, or we see a little issue that we think we need to address. That was kind of the logic behind let's do an annual review. But that's how I would envision doing it. And so if you want that language put in the policy, we can certainly do that.
That's my suggestion, is it ultimately should be our decision to initiate the process rather than your decision, although you can come to us with a recommendation and we'd be, it should be our decision to initiate this process.
And to that, once the superintendent deems it necessary to rezone, which we already know that's going to be on the agenda sometime, I don't want the board to be cut out of the process. You're talking about being able to move a line over and it automatically populates a certain zone for a certain school. I think this board, Ms. Messenger, am I right? You had access to that software where you guys looked at different, say my street to the west was this school, north of me went to that school. Did you have access to that? When there was community involvement, I remember being out here or at home, and they were a whole litany of people begging for a line to be moved. And my predecessor even was sitting here looking at the map and said, okay, and they changed it right then and there.
Yes, I remember that. I voted against that one. The board has changed it at a public hearing. When we had a public hearing on the maps, the map that had been recommended by the superintendent, there was a large group of people in the audience, and the map was changed at that meeting.
I'm saying, once this starts and there's a workshop, the board will be able to see this software, so we can, I don't know, shared screen, whatever, see how that works, because I don't think it should be solely on staff. It should be, the board should be involved in it as much as possible, because ultimately, we're the one that's gonna approve it all.
That software is not what you would use. That software was designed specifically for the voting, the voters.
No, I'm talking about,
We're talking about the same one. You know,
it was for school zonings.
Yeah, there
But-
was one that had clusters and it was specific to school
Oh.
zones.
It was
okay,
specific
okay,
to
I'm
school
sorry, I was talking
zoning.
about the redistricting.
I personally don't think 5 of us plus the district staff should be drawing lines for schools.
Oh, no, I'm not saying, no.
Okay.
I'm saying be able to see.
Oh yeah, like have access to it before the day of and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's gonna get
When we-
presented to the board.
When it's
Yeah.
workshopped, yeah.
I mean,
But I don't think the board should be having a say in where the line is. Like, I didn't agree with that when it happened that night, because that was disrespectful to the committees that spent all that time making the maps, to then go, wait a minute, this group is really upset and they're sitting in here upset, so let me move a line. Like, that's not,
Yeah, I saw.
that's not right for the board to do that. Like, if you go through this whole process and you take all of the public comment and then make a map that best fits the majority of what you're hearing based on transportation, operations, just logic, and remove the emotion, which is going to be really hard, and you take all those pieces and you've taken all the public comment and what's in front of you, someone's not going to like it. So you're going to have to have enough backbone that says, no, we've gone through this process. We have heard all the public comment. This is why we're doing it. I understand you're upset. I can't blame you. I'd feel the same way. But this is what's best for the school, for the community, for the district, and you're going to have to just, it's not going to be a let's move a line right now kind of thing.
Oh, no,
It's
no.
wrong to do
That's
that,
not
and I don't
wrong.
think the board should be doing that. The board
That's
needs to
not-
respect the process.
That's not the direction.
You just want access to see that.
I just wanna
as you're
see it.
working on it. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we'll. I
we
think
all
we'll
will.
get that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying I wanna dictate where a line is.
Okay.
I want, well, you know, you never know, but.
Well, you referenced when that happened, and so
I
that's
know,
what
that's what I'm saying,
happened,
that's
and
what
I don't
happened,
want,
but-
that was wrong. If you ask me, I mean, I voted against it because it was wrong. It was wrong for the school, it was wrong for that community. Now those people that live in that community try to choice into the school that they fought to be out of. Because the people that were there that day. So,
Oh, I understand, trust me.
So yes, I do think we'll get access.
yeah, I mean, the intent is, I mean, yes, I mean, the intent is those maps are posted, they're available to the public, they're available to the board. You'll have all the data that's available. Again, we're now in a school choice environment, so that data is less reliable because of, you know, there's just so many more choices than there used to be. But yeah, you'll have access to all of that. And this is another area where, again, in very small rezonings, small adjustments have one type of impact. In a very large rezoning, it's very difficult because so many things get thrown off by a single change.
Right.
So just to circle back for a second about, are we done with that conversation? Because I don't want to.
Yeah, I was gonna go back to review everything that was said.
Yeah, just,
Yours is-
are we, is there somewhat of a consensus about that ultimately the school board is the one who initiates the process?
Well, if you go to F and G in section 3, F and G, if you want to just take a second to read F and G and see if that satisfies you, Mr. Tatum.
Section 3, F and G.
Seems practical.
Oh, it does say superintendent recommends this rezoning.
And then G.
Short board approved.
Okay, as long as that's.
But I thought I heard your more concern was even not the final product, but actually even starting the process.
Starting the process.
Because let's say it's a small rezoning and the superintendent thinks, we ought to really do a rezoning. But when we have a workshop, we kind of quote unquote get all our collective heads together. Maybe we go, we don't really need to do a rezone here. We could just authorize him to do some special things, like for instance he's doing with Gullet and Freedom right now. And I just think it ultimately should be our decision to initiate a rezoning process because we may, at the end of it, like he said, we may not disagree with it, and the staff does all this work and puts these plans together, and we go, no, we don't want to do the rezoning. I just think it should be our process, our call to initiate it or not initiate it. And most of the 9 times out of 10, we'll probably go along with what the superintendent wants, but ultimately it ought to be our decision. So, if there's a consensus, great. If not,
Yeah, I mean, I think yes. I mean, I don't think anyone is negative to that.
Okay.
So then, I don't want to bring up anything else.
You keep looking at me.
Well,
Or are you looking at him?
no, I mean,
Me or him?
no, it's you.
You scared of me?
No, but I'm scared to make this conversation longer than what it needs to be. Because it's 3 o'clock. So just reviewing, do you feel like you have everything or do we need to restate anything? And then you can revise this and come back to us with this?
Well, the power of our friends at MSTV is that this is recorded. So,
Right.
So,
And
so I think we're okay. And Dr. Weissman, do you want to talk about how we're going to revise this and the kind of the timeline?
So board members, the thought would be and I do think, I mean, there are substantive changes here, so we'll do these updates. And then what we would likely do then is get you an updated draft as early as Tuesday of next week, and then put this back on the September 10th board meeting and redo permission to advertise.
And that would push instead of the 8th.
Just so that we're totally transparent.
Yeah.
And then that will put us on approval of this policy at the October 22nd meeting rather than the October 8th meeting, just have the 30-day wait. We can, and of course we can workshop it again, but if we make a substantive change at that point, then we're starting over again.
Right.
So we'll work on this and try to get it to the point that you all are comfortable.
Well, it sounds like it's only that one little section that you
just
need to
tweaking
tweak.
that. Yeah, I think everything was great. And I commend all of you all, the whole staff meeting, for doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And I love breaking it up, and I think it makes it way more clear instead of have it jumbled in one section.
And then,
So-
I'm sorry, and then Chairman, the other thing I'll share is that, related to getting this process cleaned up, you'll likely see probably within the next month or so, a contract coming for a piece of software. And then at a later date, we will bring back updates to the school choice and controlled open enrollment, that 5120.03, then we'll deal with that in another policy review process. But there are some things in there that need to be adjusted, not related to this conversation. But I just want to let the board know there's more work to do on that 5120.03.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and move on to, do we need to take a 5-minute break, anybody?
Yes.
All right, let's take a quick, because it is already 3:05, and we've got 2 more things. So let's take a 3:10, we'll come back. So recess for about 6 minutes.
No, that.
Welcome back, everybody. So, I don't know what, I was gonna jump the CFOC and the audit committee because the chair for the CFOC was here, but she had to run. So we're gonna go ahead and keep it the same. Item number 3 is board discussion of legislative priorities for the Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards. I know that we're hosting, of course, and so we want to come up with some kind of, to add to their
Well, we do it anyway.
legislative priorities. So, but I'll say this, and I guess I'll give it to the board. Our legislative priorities for the Greater Consortium, and to agree with the Greater Consortium is fine. I don't know if, given that the dynamics is going to, 3 of these people on the board are going to be different, I don't know if we come up with our own district legislative priorities today.
Right.
If that makes sense to everybody else.
Yep.
I do think we need to have a Greater Florida Consortium idea as we get into, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, we have that discussion with them. Had they sent out theirs? Yes. Nope, that's just ours. They haven't sent theirs yet.
Well, but they sent on July 17th, they sent us all an email that had the proposals from the prior year.
Gotcha.
And which is what, and they're asking that we do 5, our top 5, and then fill out this legislative proposals form, which is part of that email.
Right.
I'm gonna send this to Laura, and she's gonna, make us copies of
our top 5 from the Florida Consortium.
No, of the Florida Consortium from last year. We had 3 last year from the consortium, stuck to the bottom of our thing.
Correct.
Let me get this to her.
But I mean that the Florida Consortium wants us to say, from their July 17th email, our top 5 from what they had submitted to us.
It submitted the previous year.
Gotcha.
Okay, Laura, I just sent it. There's 4 attachments to it, and they want we want the PDF that says 2024 Greater Florida Consortium Board Legislative Program.pdf. And then I'll talk to you about the legislative proposals form. But
I just want to say one thing about the legislative proposals form. I do not get the impression that it is the top 5 out of what's already there. It's just our top 5 total. So it may not be on the current proposals form. It
Right.
might be something you
That's
want
just
added.
our 5, yes,
It's
correct.
just your the board's top 5.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Did it come? If you tell me what, I can print it from here if you tell me what printer to use.
It's,
Which one?
Well, we all got the email. I have the email from the 17th.
Pardon? 222.
yeah. Room 222.
yeah, we can probably all find it from,
Yeah, I'm not,
it's not Tom.
that printer
it's,
doesn't show up on mine, so,
what's the,
Sarah, Cerra.
yeah, and it was July 17th. Well, while you all are doing that, I'll just run through. Last year, out of the Greater Florida Consortium that we had included on ours was, we wanted the state funding for universal full-day pre-K in public schools. We wanted restore the discretionary 2.0 mill levy for capital purposes, which good luck with that.
Yeah.
And then the third one was amend the Florida statute so that any school, public, charter, or private, that receives state taxpayer funding is required to have the same academic and financial accountability standards in all public schools, which is my personal favorite. But there are a few other things that when you look at that attachment, and one of them, which I thought is certainly pertinent was remove the requirement, this was not on ours, this was on
Yeah,
theirs.
but they said-
Remove the requirement for school board to automatically, or for the state board to automatically adjust grading schools. In other words, don't mess with what it takes to get an A.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, which
Right above operations.
yeah, I don't know if we want to pursue that or not. But,
I know that Mr. Dye had something.
Which
that you wanted to
document
talk
are
about
you
in the shade.
referring to, Ms. Foreman?
July 17th email,
Yeah.
okay, it's called,
Legislative
2025
program.
Program proposals?
Yeah.
This one?
it's that one.
Okay, that's
The
the one I
last
have open. I'm trying to catch up where you're reading from.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
As we open all this up, Mr. Dye, you can go ahead and give us your suggestion. I know we talked about it in the shade, but
Yeah, so, thank you, Chair. And it came up in the context of charter schools, and it's kind of an unfunded mandate, which Mr. Tatum likes to point out. I've encountered doing legal work for the district and the board. And this is something to just keep in mind, especially with your state organizations, because they get more involved in the lobbying for the good of the order. But a pattern that I'm seeing is that with the charter schools is that the districts are becoming the management company of the charter schools and not getting paid for, you're getting forced to do free management.
We get 2%.
And that was probably reasonable when there was a tiny amount of charter schools.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
But charter schools are growing, and it's now 40% of the 30%? 20, okay. So, not just management, but liability. So what's happening, and then what I see from a legal standpoint is there's increasing litigation in the school arena. You know, if you watch your local news, every other ad's begging you to file a personal injury lawsuit from your couch. We'll come to you. Here's my cell phone. And we're seeing it. We're seeing these suits get filed by students, parents of students, whatever. And if it happens at a charter school, they still sue the district.
Yep.
And they say, you're supposed to be managing these charters, so we're suing you too. And the statute that governs charter schools, you know, long and awful as it is, I just think from a legislative standpoint, it needs to be looked at to see if it needs to be updated to where charter schools can start being responsible for themselves in things like liability. And you're going to see an example of this soon come to you, where the district's going to be sending out a notice to charter school students or parents on something that is in the statute, but it doesn't make any sense that we have to do it. And that's just because the statute was written at a time when the districts were the only thing. But now these charter schools are getting big and multi-state, and they're big organizations. You don't really have day-to-day control of what they're doing. But it's more and more looking like you have responsibility. So that's the point I wanted to make from a legislative standpoint. Is there anything being done to update the charter statute in light of the growth of charter schools and having something reasonable? And I'm not saying districts shouldn't have some responsibility as the sponsor of the charter schools. But it's got to be fair, it's got to be reasonable, and you can't just keep getting dragged into things that happen there that you really had nothing to do with. So does that make any sense? And then the other thing, legislative, The state keeps wanting to increase the cap on sovereign immunity. And in my opinion, the school district should be against that, because right now it's around 200,000. So if they raise it to 500 or whatever they're gonna try to do, that's just gonna come right out of that's gonna come right out of your budgets. So all local government should be against that. Because that's just, you know, with what I'm talking about with the increased litigation that's
Yeah.
going on,
I thought,
that's gonna even increase litigation.
I thought that got passed. To increase the sovereign immunity.
It's coming back for an even higher
Oh,
cap.
nice. Okay.
So, and I think we know who's pushing that, so,
So much for tort reform, huh?
yeah. Anyway, that's my two little things. I'm not proposing anything to put into your legislative agenda, just something to think about as you guys are forming legislative agendas, also in your state organizations. That's it.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So, I know you said that they wanted the top 5 from like us, but not necessarily from last year's legislative program.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at theirs, and I'll kind of start. I mean, I think that, and they've always kind of had this, at least since I've been on the board, but, you know, under governance, require schools that receive taxpayer dollars to have the same financial and academic accountability measures. I mean, I know we haven't really done our own, like, nailed down our own for this year. Kind of briefly spoke about it, so I'm kind of just going off of what I see from last year, what was ours as a Greater Florida Consortium, and something I would still support for sure. Like, kind of looked through this and got mine. So I think that, the accountability, I think base student allocation, the funding is another one for me that I think it will always be a priority. Fully funding any new mandates
That is huge.
without transferring from the BSA.
Right.
I mean, that's another one for me. I think another one for me is continue funding for school safety infrastructure enhancements to schools. We just came from a SHADE meeting where we talked about, you know, dollars that we're spending. So I think that should be one. And my last one was operations. The last one, revised education statute to include pre-kindergarten
Yeah.
for K through 12.
And we had that last year on our short.
I mean, I think we've had it like every year that I've been on the board, at least.
Yeah.
It's been on there. And I know it's been pushed. I mean, those, to me, are the ones that I'm heavily in favor to keep. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not in favor of these other ones, but I think those kind of encompass a lot of our, especially some of the financial stuff on here.
I'm sorry, I don't,
So next person.
I don't know about number 2. Restore the discretionary tube mill for capital purposes. I mean.
Yeah, I
know
don't
about
have that in my
one.
top 5.
I don't think I would even put that in my top, any at all in there. But I like the legal, recommendation,
For charter schools or the sovereign?
the charter, both, actually. The
Well-
charter more than anything.
Yeah, okay.
The charters, should be responsible for their own everything. Otherwise, you give us access to all your financial records, all your staff records, everything. I mean, that's just the way it kind of
Yeah.
goes. Or they can go independent and not be a charter, they can go private.
I think we put it in our charter agreement, but they still sue you. You still get sued. So we put it in the charter agreement that the charter indemnifies or whatever, but you still get sued. And you still are the sort of the sponsor, and it needs to be clear in the state law.
Right, that's what I'm saying, that the state law needs to amend that statute, that these charters are responsible for their own liabilities. Am I correct? Is that the direction you're going?
Because you're not managing their day-to-day.
Right, exactly. I mean, we're saying, yes, you can operate in our district under your and be chartered by us, but you need to be financially sound, safety, all of the requirements that, matter of fact, they need to follow the same requirements as a district school, in my opinion. And two, have the liability piece of it of their own.
Okay, we can put that one on there.
Mhm.
What do you all, last year we talked about having, and we ended up, I think, putting this on our own as opposed to, because the consortium wasn't interested in it. And I don't know, maybe they will be now, but instead of having to go out to the district, go out to the voters every 4 years on the referendum, because that's just a monumental waste of time and
Oh,
money.
pushing it?
Yeah, of, making it a
8-year.
8-year, whatever, but, because it does have to be, yeah, it would have to be every 4 years, so make it an 8-year.
Well, if they would give us the BSA money that we want over here,
Yeah.
and quit reducing the,
Pigs could fly.
I don't
Yeah.
see that on our
Oh, it isn't, wasn't on ours? Okay.
2024, right? The state
Yeah,
letters.
yeah, it was on our, when we submitted stuff to the consortium, but during the discussion, they were not keen on doing that, so.
I thought there's a statute that you can't go more than 4.
That's what I'm saying, change that.
There's,
Oh,
yeah,
you
but
want
we're
the,
saying
you
not
want,
to
okay, I see what you're
They
saying.
just did it like last year, whatever that you had to do it.
Yeah.
As
Right,
long
right,
as you do it was
and they were
for.
saying that wasn't the year for it, but, we are very short on time.
Would you want us to send
I-
you all of our, like we can send it,
Yeah.
our 5 to Laura, and then,
That would be great, and then I'll turn it into the form that they have,
yeah.
okay, and I'll send that back to Laura, and then she can send it out.
Because obviously we'll have our
Mine is-
own, I think we'll have our own legislative priorities that are going to be a little bit different than we always have. Like, we have agreed with them and we put it on our thing.
Absolutely. Mhm.
And we kind of picked the top, well, this one last year was 3. We picked the top 3 from the Greater Florida Consortium on our like 1-pager. And then we had our own. And obviously for everybody who's never been to the Greater Florida Consortium, you discuss it, you talk about it, and here's what we want to add, whatever, and then you vote on it. So we'll at least have our say of a vote at least for the Greater Consortium. So yeah, you want us to pick like our top 5 and
And then just.
send it over to
send it
Laura, and then Laura can
yeah.
you can compile it all.
Is that, can we do that without violating the sunshine law?
Yeah, we send it to Laura.
Send them all to Laura.
Correct. Then she can disseminate. Yeah.
Without knowing who it came from, or?
Once she sends it to
Yeah, you don't have to put. your
Mary,
name
it
on
won't be, there'll be no name like on it. It'll be just from Laura. Like here's the 4 of us. Here's the 20. And so she won't know that it came from Chad or you or anybody.
Okay.
Laura will, but not Mary.
You okay with that, Mr. Dye?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ms. Foreman won't know who it came from. And you're good with that? Compiling
Yeah,
all
that's
that?
fine, that's
Okay.
fine. The sooner the better.
Yeah, it's got to be
what
by
is-
the 13th,
Our deadline is the 13th?
next Friday.
Okay.
Oh, gosh, I don't know if I can come up with 5 things that fast.
So next Friday, by the end of next Friday, we got to turn it in.
And
So
she
you want to
won't-
say like,
Yeah, well, she won't be here Monday.
right. So I would say by next Friday, the 6th, can we get our 5 to Laura? Is that good for the board? And that gives her a week. And then,
Okay.
well, I'm saying, so next Friday's the 6th. So if we get each individual 5 to you by the 6th, then you give that to Mary, and Ms. Foreman can then put that together for the 13th, before the 13th. So it gives us a week individually, and then it gives her a week to compile it. Does that make sense? Is that all right with everybody?
Is our priorities or what we want for the consortium?
So yeah, this is going to be what we were going to give to the consortium as a group. So, typically in the past, our like individual stuff here for Manatee County, like we never gave the consortium. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you're gonna wait to do that till after the new board got seated anyway, right?
For our own personal, yeah, for our own personal one. Which I'm okay. Listen. There's gonna be 3 new ones, so I'm okay with absolutely. We've got time to still have another workshop maybe for us to discuss, and you guys, the ones who are leaving, say, listen, we still would like this, and we can actually bring that up. But I think as a board, if we're gonna go and advocate this to our delegation, the 3 new ones are gonna have they're gonna want to be on board with it, right? With what we're giving.
Can we move the dates up so that I have a chance, once I have it all together, because there's gonna be more than 5, Laura can send it out to everybody, and you can pick out of the 20 or 25, you can pick your top 5.
Sure.
So we need a time to vote, to cast your votes. Okay?
I don't,
What's wrong?
nothing unless like
That really
my
doesn't
5
become
or,
sunshine violation, but
Yeah, I don't understand why we can coordinate behind the scenes anonymously and not.
so just to be completely transparent, the ones that Mr. Choate listed, which were the increase in BSA, the fully fund the mandates, and not roll out of the BSA, not roll it into the BSA, school safety funding, school safety, pre-K, which was the educational definition of pre-K teachers, and yours, which was the millage every 8 years. Those are going to be my top ones anyway. And I also agree with Mr. Dye about sovereign immunity. I think that actually should be on this agenda, the consortium's agenda, because I think that speaks volume of the whole consortium. So if I have to pick 5, I'm going to pick sovereign immunity, probably is my number 1, and BSA, the fully funding the mandates, not from the BSA. Those are my top 3 right there. I don't even know if you need my 5. Those would be my top 3. I don't really need to do this back and forth. I agree with the things that were already stated here.
yep, I'm with you. Another thing to do.
Okay.
And I don't want it to have to go back and forth and then we're voting, like, I feel like that's gonna, like, that makes me uncomfortable to then vote on what everyone has said. So like, I'm just gonna be really transparent and say, those are my top ones.
Okay, well, I can.
And thanks to MSTV recording us, then it's all here and you can go back and listen to it if you need to put it into writing, but.
Our deadline is the 13th, and we're meeting on the 10th. We can add it
put
to
a new
the
agenda.
agenda for the 10th,
Absolutely.
okay?
Just to solidify those 3 to 5. We don't have to do 5 just because I say 5. I like,
Right.
to me, like, those top 3 are to me, would be the top 3. I'd also like to hear from the superintendent, but I'm worried because we are short on time.
Yep, okay.
Perhaps he can
Let's
say
Let's just add that as
what
a
his,
new agenda.
his,
Put that as an item at the
if
board
you have
meeting.
any others that you think are important that should be added.
I think you can put that, but we do want that as a new agenda agenda item for the board meeting on the 10th.
How would y'all feel if I put something in there about putting books back on the shelves?
No,
All right, item number 4.
move on.
Are you okay with what we just
Yeah.
kinda talked about?
It's all good.
And we'll do a new item at the 10th
Try.
board meeting. All right, CFOC and the charters. We're looking at the charters to incorporate what we discussed at a prior workshop, which was having a CFOC member on the audit selection committee.
Right,
And I think what Mr. Dye submitted to us was a shall and may, I believe. There's a shall and may in there.
Ask the attorney to do that part.
And so I don't know if everybody got a chance to look at the updated charter.
Chair, I can give a little overview.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this comes from your discussion on offering auditor services to the CFOC. So that was the main point of this amendment. And then also allowing CFOC to have a member on the auditor selection subcommittee of the audit committee. And I did one version 1, which that person being appointed by the board to be on the auditor selection committee, I wrote it as though they had to have the same credentials as someone on the audit committee, which means you gotta be either CPA or have,
That's
Yeah,
never
financial-
gonna
gonna
fly.
happen.
That's
Yeah.
never gonna happen.
so I got some feedback on that. I won't say who from. And,
Who could that have been?
so version 2 removes those criteria, puts the power in the board. The board's the one that appoints the CFOC member to the auditor selection committee. Again, to remind you, that's a subcommittee that's required by state law. We made it a subcommittee of the audit committee. It could be a separate committee, but y'all decided to make it a subcommittee of the audit committee. So that's the only change to the audit committee charter. So it's a very minor change right near the end, under auditor selection committee.
You have that on your
Yeah, it says,
second to last page.
second to last page, under auditor selection committee, the school board may appoint a member of the Citizen Financial Oversight Committee to the auditor selection committee. Only members of the audit committee, and then I added a member of, who can be members of the auditor selection committee. I included a member of CFOC appointed by the school board.
And it's a may, so we don't
Right.
have to have.
So that allows us to say, CFOC, you decide. We could say, CFOC, you decide who your representative
Well,
would
no,
be.
no, that's the selection, but the may is that we may put a CFOC person on. We don't have to.
Gotcha,
Like, you could have a point in time where you just don't feel like anybody fits.
gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, don't put it in, I gotcha.
Yeah, so I made that where it wasn't a shall. The main changes were to CFOC's charter. It needed to be updated anyway because of the referendum that you last did for the millage. So I tracked that. This was written originally, this charter, when the millage was first done, the very first time, like in 2017. So I made it a little more generic, where I just said millage instead of 1 mil, because it could at some point in the time be not 1 mil. It could be half a mil or whatever. I added committee shall issue an annual report no later than 90 days instead of 60, which came out of y'all's meeting. And then I added the committee shall include review of referendum funds by the public charter schools, because since they now have a dedicated allocation, that should also get reviewed by CFOC.
Right.
And y'all talked about, CFOC needs their cooperation getting the data, getting the financial data. I updated the purposes of the use of the millage to exactly what y'all had in the referendum, which has been changed, tweaked a little bit to include visual performing arts and STEM and as those things over time. And support the public charter schools as required by law. I put in there the referendum funds generated by the additional millage must be spent in accordance with the board's annual budget priorities and strategic plan, and shall comply with appropriate board policy on maintaining adequate fund balance. That's right out of your referendum. So the only real material change comes under administratives, where I put it, and that's where we've got subcommittees are subject to Florida Government and Sunshine Public Records Law, the same manner as the committees. That's been our policy. It just apparently wasn't ever put in the charter, so I stuck that in there. And then beginning in the 2024-2025 fiscal year, school board shall engage private auditors to audit the use of the additional millage funds, and the audit results shall be provided to the committee as part of the committee's review and oversight of the proper use of the millage funds, and the committee shall meet and cooperate with said auditors. The school board may appoint a committee member to serve on the school district's auditor selection committee.
Yep.
I would change private auditors to independent auditors.
Sounds good.
Okay, that's a good idea.
So you're getting your next job lined up?
Last time.
Oh, yeah, I guess I would be independent, but no.
And that's it, Chair.
Anybody have comments on? I will just say thank you very much for
Yeah.
this.
Thank
Looks
you,
great.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Sure. Could we have these on the September 10th agenda?
Yep.
I think so, yeah. As long as we, as of
Version
now,
2 with
Version
the
2.
word independent.
Correct.
right, the very first one, yeah. Yeah, as long as we all feel good with it, yeah.
I'm good.
Very good.
Based on a conversation from the CPOC, I think they're.
Same, like I said,
I think, yeah, she.
Chair Harrigan was here, but she had to go to family stuff, but she said she saw it and liked it.
Okay.
Chairman, just a technical question, maybe for Mr. Dye. On September 10th, should these be separate items? Do you want each charter voted on separately?
Yes.
That's probably the better
Yes,
way to do it.
I do.
We'll set it up that way.
Okay. Great.
Just for clarity, do I need to send that list? I put it
I'm
in my
not gonna send
calendar
a list.
for the
I think-
legislative stuff, or do you feel
I'm
comfortable?
gonna listen to the.
I realized the other one I didn't say was the millage every 8 years, which was, I said I supported that, but that would be one of my top 5.
Okay. I'm gonna listen to
Okay.
to everybody's comments on the
Unfunded mandates, that's my big one.
Yeah, 100%.
library
And
books. That's the
increase
one.
BSA.
BSA, mandates.
Transportation, 100% funded, yeah.
Well, that's a mandate.
Right?
I mean, that is like a legal mandate, so that one's an unfunded
What
mandate.
we talked about was the one that was from last year on the consortium is everybody has to follow the same rules
Right.
for academic standards,
Right.
you
Should
know,
be.
and
You're getting-
reporting and transparency.
You're getting statement.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
You're okay.
to me, that's the biggest problem with,
Yeah, it may get
School choice.
rejected when we go to the consortium anyways.
no, they had it.
They already had it last
They
year.
had it on theirs last year, yeah.
My gosh, look at
I
that.
will, staff, thank you all very much for everything. Good day, long day, but thank you very much. A lot of information there. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you putting everything together.
Oh, gosh.
So till September 10th? Next?
Is it that long?
Yeah.
Football,
No,
Friday
nothing
night
next week.
football.
All right, have a good one. We adjourned.